Hi everyone, and welcome to the stream. And yeah, again, for those of you who came early, thanks a lot for joining. And so, as you can see, as I've mentioned, so today we're going to trade uh, yeah, on a new live 100K account, right? As you can see, so I've done, some changes also in the stream overlay. And like today, I'm like still trying to set up like my new desktop user, right? So with the migration of to a large trading account, I also wanted to increase security. So I'm now also like live streaming from a new PC user, and and yeah, so we still need to, set up some packages and so on. So today we'll do, more of like, setting everything up so everything's nice. So starting next week, we can then like trade in peace, code in peace, and so on. Wrong mic. Okay, 1 second.
Right. So apologies. I think yeah. Now I seem to have fixed it. Can you confirm? All right. Great. So yeah, Yo-Yo, we missed yesterday. Yeah, sorry about that. I was like really busy with setting up the new account. Let me just quickly text a friend. He also want to join today's live stream. So I'm just gonna share the live stream link with him. Uh, and I told my friends that I'm streaming, right, and that I trade live, so they want to join. I had a few drinks yesterday, and they're like, "Yeah, cool. We'd like to join." So yeah, that's great. So I'm gonna send them a link real quick, and it's gonna be cool. Hmm. All right, it's actually so difficult to find a link on YouTube. Actually, it's not that difficult. I just have to go to YouTube, write ATJ Traders, and probably I will see my own live link. Oh yeah, I can see it now. I'm actually live. Great. So yeah, how do I share the link here? I got it. Okay, uh, so yeah, hopefully the microphone situation is now much better. Thank you for mentioning that. And so as you can see now, so now like I tried to do it today, but still I still have managed to finish all the individual things. So so yeah, so let's just try to set up our you know yeah, our pie chart together. And like I'm trying to now run my dashboard, right? So this is what I'm trying to do now, and like we're going to set it up on stream. So I still need oh yeah, I will need my Hyperliquid API key, which I still need on the server. And also we need to install the requirements here. By the way, I also made like some changes in the public URL dashboard. So like if we again go to my website ATJ Research .com, right? So I've done some updates with this dashboard. So let's click on it. Hopefully it's still working, right? And like here again, here you can see the link, right? And here you can like select between the accounts. So this one I deployed yesterday. So we had some small profits yesterday already. We were trading the SP 500 with 94 USD profit. Which was like really good, right? Because I was still trading on a small size. And here, this is my test account. This is an account that we've been trading for the past 2 or 3 weeks now, right? So if you look at the second account and like we go through the entire history here, right? Here you'll find, all our trades. And like I'll still keep trading that account, right? So this account will be used for like research and testing purposes, right? So we'll still trade this account. And like on the main account, probably I will like trade more like conservatively, trade strategies that have been tested, right? And here I'm just going to focus more on like the responsible type of trading with large capital. So here we're going to deploy like tested good strategies, that have shown good performance. And on the research account, we're just going to be, more like more flexible with what we deploy. So so now we have two accounts here, and like this is like quite great because now actually this forced me to create like a multi-account dashboard. So in case some of you guys in the future are going to trade multiple accounts, you can just choose between accounts and then access in this case our test account. So this is the initial account that we've been trading for the past 3 weeks, or like our main account. So these are the two accounts that we'll be using from now on in the live stream. And I've also like created a new like virtual, not virtual, it's a dedicated server, right? So here I went to Forex VPS or a dedicated server, and like this IP here that you see here is not actually like going to be leaked, because this refers to a local IP address from like the provider Tailscale, right? So maybe I can like also tell you, how to secure your trading server. So if you have like an account that's, I don't know, 50K or 100K more, you might be considering securing your virtual private servers or remote desktop servers, right? Such that you can only access them from specific IPs or a specific network. And Tailscale, like, is, like, this is not sponsored, right? But like for a small number of accounts, it is free. So what I did is like I installed Tailscale on my own PC. Then I installed Tailscale on this remote PC, and so together they're now like sharing the same like local, not local, basically the same network IP address. So if you try to connect to this IP address, right, it will not work, and as a result, I can feel more like feel more comfortable sharing what I'm actually doing on the server here, right? So I don't have to worry about getting hacked or someone trying to access my account. So here we're going to trade, as I said, the SP500 for now, and today I also like increase the yeah, increase the position size. So we're going to trade the SP500 for here for now, and like we'll also do some screening today and see if we can open any trades. Yeah, if we can open any trades on any other symbol if we find some opportunity. So like let's summarize yesterday's P&L. Yesterday. Yeah, so here let's review the P&L. Like it's actually been crazy, right? So now like we've seen like very huge volatility yesterday, right? If you see like for example, and as I said, like when volatility is high, right? It seems like that the spread between those two exchanges is also high, right? So that opens a lot of opportunity for profitable setups. So yesterday, there was no trade until like 6 or 7 p.m. and then it started trading um, like around this time, as you can see, right? And then here we have like this big candle spike. So a lot of profits were actually made during this candle spike. So let me just change the color here, color on white, and like let me zoom in. And yeah, so add this. So do we have a comment? Add this content to the setup MD. Very good info for beginners. Do you mean like the content regarding securing the private servers and like doing the trading infrastructure, or like I'm not sure like what I was like talking about recently, but like regarding the VPS, I will definitely add it. So you moved, another question, you moved to IC markets or that with the big account? So yeah, this is still with IC trading. So here capital point trading is still IC trading, and I'm basically still with them. All right, okay, yeah, security steps. Great. So I assume like, yeah, money is very important, right? Especially because we're trading on a crypto exchange, uh, and there are like many ways to actually, get hacked. So yeah, I'll certainly make like a quick tutorial on, for example, how to set up Tailscale and how to, secure your RDP access. So like this setup might be a bit more expensive because this actually doesn't work on virtual private servers. You need to set up like a dedicated server which means there are no shared resources with other users. And then you can like set up the firewall on this server, and then like only allow traffic from the Tailscale IP address, or let's say like your home IP address, right? If you trade from home, you can secure it like from your home IP address, and so on. So some of you might like ask, like, if you look at the bar below, right, with the stats, you see like WTD, MTD, and YTD, right? What does WTD, MTD, and YTD mean? Like for most of you, it's obvious, but it's like week to date, month to date, and year to date, right? So we will see the profits for a current week, for a current month, and also for the current year. So not only you see like the results today, but you will also see the results for a certain period. Uh, okay, so right now we have to still set up our pie chart. So just give me a second to prepare the settings. So usually when I live stream I set it like to 105%, so you can see a bit better. And yeah, I guess this should be fine. Now it should be more visible. I still need to set up Claude on this user. So so here we will need to also install Claude code and log in. So and then we will also need to set up the credentials for our dashboard to log into our user. Okay, so here I think we can just copy this, and then to install Claude, I think I will install Claude like on my administrator, not here locally here. So here I'm going to, I think we need to use PowerShell. This is a PowerShell command. So here's our PowerShell, and like let's install Claude on this PC. So we have another like request or question. Will mark the project as complete before you add in other layers or strategies to the test 10K count. I'd like to run what is before it's changed in the future. Right. So like let me have a look at the project, right? So what we have here is like I release like various versions, and like when I work on the strategy. So right now. Yeah, so probably I should like work on like a stable release, right? So a version where all the trading bots and all strategies are already like in a good state, and then like every new other feature we would have to add them into like a prototype or testing, right? So the strategies that you see here. So right now in this project, I have sample strategies that already work with the like current most recent release of the trading bot. Uh, like this entire week, I was focusing a lot on like managing crashes, bugs, and today we also have I got a report regarding a bug that I have to fix today. And so if I start like making new strategies such as Bollinger Bands or change the logic, how the bot executes, I will probably like separate them in folders. So right now, like the same strategy is running on the main and test account. So right now we're still trading like S&P on both. And so like if on live stream I decide like, okay, let's trade some Bollinger strategies or a different symbol or some other type of logic, then I will like definitely separate the folders to like inform you what strategy we're trading on the main account and what strategy we're trading on the test account. And then I would like route that in that like specific folder. And yeah, here we have another question. Like, have you planned anything for weekend trading with crypto? Yeah. So, as you guys have mentioned, this strategy is only running from Monday to Friday. So we will, need to, optimize our make use of the capital on Saturday and Sunday. And I was thinking like we could do like a crypto strategy because, for example, MT5 has Bitcoin, right? So we could try to trade a strategy on Bitcoin between Hyperliquid and MT5. The return might not be as good as trading the RWAs, but right now Bitcoin is also very cheap, 60K, right? So this also means that the commission on Bitcoin is cheaper on Hyperliquid because it's computed based on the current price. Right, so yeah, I'll definitely I'll definitely try to do something over the weekend. So the only way we can trade during the weekend is either we trade crypto assets, right? Because the normal market is closed from over the weekend, so we can only trade Bitcoin or some other crypto assets over weekend, or we just start working on what is statistical arbitrage strategies on Hyperliquid, right? So we just trade like DEX against DEX or purely on Hyperliquid. So we can try to find some strategies where we purely trade on DEX. So here we will go to Hyperliquid and yeah. Okay, so I will need to configure my Hyperliquid API key. Unfortunately, during the setup, I was not able to log into my old server, so my partner is actually managing the trading bots on this test account. So this is still running on a remote server. And like look at this, right? So we start like 10,900. Of course, we added a little bit more deposit, but like just looking at the P&L yesterday, right? So we've had like very, very good days, and you have to like realize that we're still trading like a 10, 11, 12K account. So if you make like $100 profit on a 10K account, right? It's like 1% per day. And 1% per day is like almost insane, right? Because that if you make 1% per day and you have 220 trading days during a year, that's like 220%. Of course, not every day like that, but the performance has been very, very, very solid, right? So we had like a slower start when we started trading bot. We were trading a bit more conservatively. We were also trying, to, it also crashed at night. So now we have like 100, 69, 77, 100. So really, really good performance right now. So really happy. So in total, we are, again, how much? In total, we're plus 527 US dollars, and like only 3 weeks have passed. So this is like really cool. Okay, so now give me a second. So now I just want to set up my PyCharm IDE, right? And then we'll try to discuss some issues that were reported by one of our member. So let me just show you like a screenshot of what happened overnight. This was reported to me like this morning, and like we still need to fix that, right? So number one priority when we like make trading bots is like they should not crash, right? So here we have like this function quote ask, and then receive timeout error, timeout waiting for action response, batch modify. So I'm going to try to discuss this with Claude, and hopefully Claude will then provide some answers on how to solve this issue. So I'm going to do that. So let's see if Claude has been installed, and like now that I look at it, okay, Claude successfully installed, so everything's good here. And also I want to install Claude desktop, right? So so I can chat with Claude regarding like normal requests, not just in the IDE. All right, so as one you mentioned, right? So you were like wondering what strategies or the strategy settings exactly I'm using the main test account. So I think like for my members, what I can provide is like in the dashboard, like exactly the strategy settings that I'm using, and also like which version of trading bot, right? So I think this should be like this information is like probably very, very important for you, because when you want to set up a trading strategy and like let's look at some sample strategies, right? You have strategy settings, and let's say you're a beginner, you don't know like how to set this up. You have so many settings here, and it can be like quite confusing if you don't know any programming or if you're just starting out with a strategy. So I think it's like easier if you just copy a folder and this is exactly what I'm using, and the only thing that I might like tell you to do is like set up the exposure, right? Like for example, on my 100K account, I would trade 50 or 100 contracts on S&P 500, and if you have a 10K account, obviously you should like reduce the number to 5. 1 second, I'll just get some water and I'll be right back in a minute. All right, so Claude has been installed on my desktop. Everything's great. I just need to authorize the login with Google. So I'm going to do that. So amazing. So I'm now logged into Claude. And here I can switch to Fable 5. Guys, do you guys know what the difference here is? Some of you are like pretty good with the Claude settings, right? Here I can choose the model. Like there's Fable 5 and there's Fable 5 1 million context. Does it mean that this one has like more memory context than this one, or is it like limited? Well, I'm just gonna use this one. And if anyone like knows, or actually, well, why don't I just ask Claude? So what's the difference in models between Fable 5 and Fable 5 1 million context? Like it's so funny. Like I'm still not used to asking AI uh like asking like if I have a question, I don't ask AI. I still like try to think about it, or ask you guys in the chat, and then like I realize, oh wait, I can just ask AI uh about the AI, right? So that's quite funny that I always forget to do that. So uh right, right. Thank you. So more context means you can use the same session for long, but it comes at a higher pricing cost. So my usage is still quite low, but let's see like with Fable if the usage is gonna increase, right? So and right now it's like included in the uh, like the max tier, but I heard that I'm not sure that this is just for a limited period, and then in future it will have like a separate like token pool where we'll have to pay for this model. So I'll check that, and then like we'll have to check the pricing. Right. Okay. So thank you for your answers. So all of you are like basically correct, and yeah, so yeah, I still have a long way to go when it comes to working with AI. Like I was also thinking like if I had to design like this project like again, right, I would for example use like a lot of the done things like exchange connectors, reporting, or like write down already like the exact step-by-step process how to design an arbitrage trading strategy. And so if we're when we're going to create like let's say an arbitrage between like DEX against other DEX, a lot of the similarities in this project are like quite similar, right? So instead of starting afresh, we can like work on this project and then somehow create like a template for designing a strategy between any type of DEX. So in the future, like coding this took me like let's say 2 weeks to like have like a proper product now. But there are so many DEXs, right? There are like tens, if not hundreds of DEXs at this moment, and you don't want to spend like 2 weeks with integration for other DEX. You want to have like create like a template or like provide already know-how how to design the strategy, and the only thing that Claude would have to do is just to work on these exchange connectors, right, and then design strategies by just adding another DEX, and then like eventually in the future we'll have like an arbitrage strategy that can trade on any type of DEX that we decide ourselves. So this is like so this ATJ arbitrage project I'm sharing with you will be like the foundational basis for like the future strategies that we're also going to trade. Um, okay, yeah. So Claude is installed. So let me see if Claude is here, and then here it seems. Yeah, let me just type Claude and see if this works. All right, so Claude code has been installed. How? Let me try to install it like here, maybe. So here's a position character cannot be found. Oh, I see. So here I have the user with a blank space, and then now we have a problem uh, with the PowerShell here. But that's because I create this user with this blank space here, and but if I use a command prompt here, that's quite unfortunate. I don't know what this IRM here is. Uh, all right, let me try to ask Claude in desktop what this means. Put in quotation marks. Right, let me try to do that. Seems like that is working. Yeah, c/user/ATJ trading. Yeah. Okay, so now it's being installed here. And I will just wait. But like I would assume it should already be installed, right? Because we installed it here. Maybe I need to restart my PyCharm for that to work. Oh, I see. And we forgot to add uh like this path here into the path environment variable, such that we can actually when we type Claude, that Claude is actually being opened from this path here. So so this is actually the cause of the issue. So we need to edit the system environment variables, and here we click on environment variables, and then we need to add this into path basically. So we'll do that. We'll add so we go to system properties, environment variables, edit user path. Oh, it's probably user path. new, and then, or we add, it's this one. And so when we add this to path, we want to add this too. We press OK, and like hopefully that should work. So now I added this into path, so I'll restart all my command prompts, and so if I type Claude, maybe that should work. No, not yet. So the question, is it like the user path or the system path? I'm just gonna try both. Probably not much will happen, you know. So this is applied to the entire system here. Okay, okay, and now it should be included in both cases. Actually, no, yeah, this is the user path. That's my bad. So what I've added here is, you know, it's like C/program files and so on, right? Or system. So actually, this one has nothing to do here. And like for user path, right? You see that for user path, ATJ streaming. So this is like specific for user. So if I type Claude here, let me restart again because I just added it into path and I need to restart my terminal to, you know, initialize the new path. So if I write Claude in my terminal, okay, great. So now Claude is working. So I assume that it should also be working here. Or like, let me try to restore my restart my PyCharm, and maybe that will work. Okay, so let me type Claude. Beautiful. So restarting PyCharm is actually a solution. So guys, when you install Claude code through your, you know, CMD, just restart your PyCharm and it should be fine. So yeah, we'll use dark mode and we'll log in to our account. All right, and here I have to copy this link apparently. And then log in. And then it returns a code and then paste the code that I received. And yeah, and now I'm logged in. Great. So now my PyCharm is set up. So if I press enter, continue, trust, no problem. And let's check out the model, right? So here we'll check the model. So this is still Opus 4.8. We still want to change it to Fable 5. Okay, so now we're changing the model to Fable, and now we're ready. So now what I have to do is, like, I still have to set my API credentials template, and because this is like a bit sensitive, I'm going to do it like off screen. So just give me a second so I can yeah, set up my credentials. Okay, now I just need to do two-factor authentication, and then I'll set up the API keys. Okay, so maybe I will just quickly explain what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to do it off screen. Uh, so basically, we will need to go to our API section, and here we have like our API keys, and like one of the keys is already running. So on my like server where my trading bot is running, we're using this key already, and so like I can create like API key 2, for example, right? A second one, then I will generate a random address here, and then you click on authorize API wallet, and like here is careful, right? So this is like the private key that I'm of course not going to use, because then you would be able to trade on my own account, right? But I would like copy that and then put this file into my credential template, right? So here I have my credential template where I will set up the Hyperliquid wallet account and Hyperliquid key, and also the login and path to MT5. So like how you would set up the project, and I think it's good like if you're a beginner, because then at least you can see the process of setting up the project as a beginner. So here you would have to just rename this to API credentials.py. And let's start like how do you set up MT5? So setting up MT5 is quite easy. You just take the login number of your MT5 account, and this just verifies that when you're trading on MT5, you are connected to the correct account number. So it's 116390230. It's 116390230, right? So this is how you set up the the MT5 login. To get the path to your MetaTrader 5, you right click on MT5, you right click again on this first MT5, you click on properties, and then here you will find the path to your MT5. So we're working with this specific platform, and the reason we're doing this is that MT5, when you're trading MT5, you can have multiple MT5 platforms open, and so when you have multiple instances running, this path specifies you should work exactly with this MT5 platform. So this is how you set up the MT5. And so now here I will add my like wallet address, right? So this is the address of my Hyperliquid account, and here we have the API key that like we're going to create that I showed you 5 seconds ago. Okay, let me answer some questions before we proceed. How do we change dashboard time zone? I tried changing with dashboard setting, change broker offset hours, but it doesn't seem to change anything. Yeah, so right now the dashboard is like defined statically, and it's using the broker time zone, right? It's using this broker time zone, but that's a good point. So I think in the dashboard we should maybe have like a settings configuration where you can, for example, specify time zone, and we're going to like compute realized profits, based on the time zone that you choose. So I think we're going to implement that. I think we might even have time to do it today, where we can like specify the time zone, so you can actually trade according to your own time zone, because I've like it's quite interesting. Like in the community, there are like traders all across the planet, and like everyone, someone's from Asia, then someone's like in the US, right? So there are like basically people living everywhere around the globe. So today's question, what's the plan today, roadmap going forward? So today's plan is going to be like first set up my new project, right? Because I changed the users, so we have like a fresh user account where I will only like trade on Livestream, and we still need to set up our configuration file and like turn on our dashboards and so on. And then I will like focus on dealing with some bugs. So here we've had some bug reports from the community, so I'm going to fix that. And then like today we already also had the questions regarding the time zone changes, so we might also like do some upgrades in the time zone change, and then we're just going to trade, right, and see if we can find some profitable setups. So right now the day has been like quite quite calm. Yesterday was a really good trading day. Today it seems like we're not finding any trades yet. Like as you can see, we already made like a small profit, right? but nothing too big. So we're still waiting for like a good setup. And like my trading bot is currently running on my VPS here, so we're just waiting for a signal. And and so after we fix all the things, we can then like try to look for some strategies that we can trade today. And like I think if I look at the like if I screen through some of the symbols, I think we might like find like some setups today. Like JP225 is like still something that we can trade, right? So here the funding rate is like quite good. It's minus 42%. So in theory, we could try to trade JP225 again, because right now there is like not much going on. So probably we should turn on JP225, and then like we can screen other symbols too. So yeah, we'll just see what we can open, and that's today's plan. And so we have also another comment. Hi, do you have a GitHub account? I also program financial instruments on Hyperliquid, but I specialize in programming cryptocurrency trading algorithms. What is your project? Yeah, so right now my project is private, only for community members. I still haven't like created my Git project. This is like still in queue, but I can send you my Git user. Just give me a second. I think I forgot, what my username is. Right. So this is my GitHub user, right? So feel free to browse through all my like public projects. Like I have some projects that are public, so you guys feel free, to check it out. Like there's like quite a lot of things, but even a poker evaluator, right? I'm not sure. Oh, it's private. So some of it is private, some of it is public. So yeah, feel free to look at my repos. Like most of the repos are more like quick projects that I've done over a weekend, or over a week, and like not many of them are like really big like this Hyperliquid one, but they at least like give you some like initial, what do you call it, gives you like an initial idea how you could like design a trading bot or something like that. And like maybe you should implement a feature to automatically decide what to trade, question mark, so it would check all the tickers volume and see. Yeah, that is great. So I think before we create a feature like what to trade like automatically, we should first create like a dashboard or monitoring system, so we can like see manually what we want to turn on. So it will be like a semi-automated process. So let's say, like, this is a great idea, but let's say, let me go to Paint. Let's say we have a dashboard and it says like this is strategy 1, right? And then we have strategy 2, right? And then we have strategy 3, and it would like list all the opportunities sorted by some metric, like some profitability metric that we compute. And then we would have like this dashboard, and then we would have like a button like trade or turn on, right? Turn on, and then it would have like turn on with the exposure, right? Or like strategy settings. Like we could here so as you know, we have like strategy settings in like all of these strategies, right? So we have all the strategies already listed here. So through this UI, in theory, we could like set up the strategy settings from the UI, define how much we want to trade, right? So strategy settings, and or like capital, and like say like capital allocation, right? So we can like create like our system where we dedicate this amount of capital for this strategy. So how much margin basically are you allowed to have trade here, right? And then we could do the same thing with this one, this one, this one, this one, and then we could like semi-automatically try to manage multiple strategies from some UI dashboard. And then once we like find a system, or like we backtest a multi-strategy system where we already have the technology to control multiple trading bots at the same time, then we could like try like full automation where we compute like the profitability and the scalability, right? The scalability is also important because some strategies are not very liquid, so they don't require much capital. Because if you put a $100K account like you see now, on JP225, you would like almost never get filled, right? So for JP225 personally, maybe I would like add like, let's say $25K max, because then I would be sometimes waiting to get filled, and my entire position would not be filled. So yeah, that's why I'm saying, that, some assets do not need full capital allocation. So yeah, that's a great feature. And I think we should like work on this like screener dashboard, right? And once we have the screen dashboard, we can add some buttons, or, and then on the server, we would have like, like a central system that will then manage all the individual trading bots, their strategy settings, their capital allocation, and monitor, that everything is working correctly. But until we get there, we still need to like, again, fix the issues that my members reported. So it's still like very important for me, uh, very important for me that the trading bot doesn't crash, because it still crashes from time to time. Like personally, it didn't crash for me, but two members reported they did crash, so I want to fix that for them. Great, thanks. Maybe a good idea would be to create master doc that has roadmap that you open every stream and modify, take off things. Yeah, I tried to do that. Today. I'll be honest. I was actually quite lazy to write it down, but uh, if I go to my drive, right, and then it's this one, right? Like always, like try to write like all the things, But I think, yeah, as you said, it would be like a great thing, at least, to anyone who comes to stream, provide the current tasks for today and like see what we can do. And so yeah, so let's just start a fresh one, right? Um, like like usually I use this file for myself to organize myself. So as you've mentioned, let's do this roadmap so everyone who's on the stream actually knows what is going on today. So today is already the 12th of June, right? And so today's plan, right? What is today's plan? So today's plan is to set up a new user account. So here we'll need to set up the PyCharm, right? We need to set up our PyCharm. We did set up Claude already, right? So we already installed Claude. We still need to deploy test. Well, that's like doing PyCharm stuff and stuff. And then like the second thing here that we have to do is we need to fix a bug where bot crashes, right? So we're going to do that too today. Another thing that we're going to do is yeah, add settings, add time zone configurations in the dashboard, right? So right now the dashboard computes profits based on, like if you look at the dashboard, like this dashboard computes the profits of the realized P&L based on the broker server time, and like the user cannot choose, how when the new start of the day is. So based on that request, we're going to add time zone configurations to the dashboard, so you guys can then specify that yourself. And yeah, so this is it. And then like trading wise, right? So these are more like technical tasks, right? These are this is kind of weird. Let me just copy that here. This is number 3. And then we also have like trading tasks, right? So here with the trading tasks, so we're just going to trade our 100K account, right? So current strategy we're trading is the SP 500 is the current strategy, but we will also try to find new trading setups today. So we'll be screening again through some of the assets here, right? So these are our IT tasks. The font size here is a bit weird. So these are IT tasks, these are trading tasks. We will find new trading setups, and then what we want to do is like, and then we can also do like, let's call it like backtesting, right? We can, then we also have like a new section which is like research and backtesting, and this is something that we have like already done yesterday, and I also want to work on it. So like trading is fine, right? We're going to make money like most likely with the current strategies that we have, but we will also want to optimize or like create new strategies. So we'll be working on a new strategy, which is like the Bollinger backtesting, right? So if you remember that yesterday, actually 2 days ago, yesterday I skipped. Yesterday, if we go to analysis and then we go backtesting, right? We created a Bollinger backtest. Oh no, I think I did not. Um, I did not. Did I push them? I think yeah. Actually, yeah. We have no. Yeah, we actually do. So yeah, we have the Bollinger Bands here, right? So we did some Bollinger backtesting together, and we'll see like if different systems like outperform the current strategy settings. So we will work on Bollinger backtesting, right? Or like you can also call it Z-score backtesting, and then like part, like once we do that, we can then like try to create a new version of trading bot and translate it like into a new strategy that we're going to deploy. And like the second part that I also want to work on is to have like a screener, right? Or like a monitoring with profitable setups. So instead of me going through Hyperliquid manually and looking at the funding rates or looking at the current spread, it would be nice to have this screener, right? And then like then we can try to create like a system where we can define all the strategies from a single, like let's say dashboard, or like from a UI, where I can like instead of manually like having to always like restart trading bot, reset strategy settings, it would be kind of nicer to have like a centralized system where we can set all these strategy settings, and then when you turn on like all the trading bots, they would be managed from one central system. So yeah, so this is going to be like our project, and so what we're also going to do, so, so these are like large projects, right? So large projects is like create a central trading system that can screen for multiple trading setups and that can control multiple trading bots from a single UI, right? So this is like sort of like our current plan that we're going to work on for the next like weeks or months, right? And like this is the main thing, right? And like we'll spend it like let's say a few weeks, and then we'll just add some extra tasks later. So here right now let's like focus on this. So right now I'm still like stuck here, and then we'll like proceed task by task until we get down here. So yeah, let's get back to some other questions and then continue with setting up my PyCharm and my API credentials. So now I'm going to hide this right later because I don't want to leak any of my private credentials when I'm going to add my Hyperliquid wallet account and the key. So I'm going to hide that. And so the other questions. Um, how can I join you? How can I join your community? I think we can work together. Do you have Telegram? Well, on my website, you will find all the details, about, how to, join my community or how to learn algorithmic trading. So please go to atjresearch.com and, you'll find all the details there. And then another question, why don't you use MQL code or MLQ? I assume you mean MQL. Well, I use Python because MQL only works on MT5, right? This is a programming language only for MT5, and I'm trading arbitrage also on Hyperliquid, right? So this is a decentralized crypto exchange where we can also trade, and you can't use the MQ language on this platform. So for me, it's easier to use Python because Python is a support language on MT5 and also on Hyperliquid. And so to create my arbitrage strategies, I like to, write them all in a single program language, if that makes sense. Ian Fathom or AI note taker that summarizes video for you. Yeah, there are so many ways to use AI. But yeah, so this is a current task, and like I'll try to write it now as like an everyday procedure. You start live stream. First thing, you go to Google Docs. My biggest weakness in at work, in anything is like organizing myself, right? So this is like what I can also do with you guys on stream. Like before you start working, it's important to organize yourself and then like actually start working. Um, So, another question, are you working on HFT or AI-based adaptive trading? What is your typical trade horizon, minutes, days, or longer? So, like this is not HFT, so I'm not doing high frequency trading. So here I would assume that we're like maybe HFT would be considered a sub-second or maybe just a few second in duration. Here my trades they last, let's say, minutes to hours. So this is more of like a medium frequency strategy. Most of them are intraday, so it's like still quite active. And so here we're not actually using AI to create trading decisions. We're using AI to help us with the coding and execute, you know, like realize our ideas, right? So all AI is doing is actually just helping me code and not helping me with any decision making or strategy design. Like sometimes like I can ask AI like what is like the like like what do you assume is the correct decision, right? But rather I would rather ask AI like, can you ensure that, for example, the execution or the execution speed or latency is optimized for my trading strategy? Right, so it's more like helping me just to execute the trades rather than helping me with the design of the strategies. The design of the strategies, like I'm doing all like with my head basically. And another question: why was the return on the 100K account yesterday so low? Uh, well, the main reason is like I was still testing the new account, right? So of course, like if we compare the return on the small account, which is 10K, right, and we made $100. So on 100K, you would assume that I would make 1K dollars, right? And in fact, I did make like a lot of money yesterday. Let me show you in the, oh no, I don't have the alert section here. I made like, let me check on my phone. Like I had a separate large account that had also roughly 100K because I withdrew and now the 100K is here. So I have like two large accounts split into two. And yesterday, all right, I have to scroll to yesterday's trades. Uh, all right, almost there. Never mind. It was like $680, like on the large 100K account. And like the main reason is that I was still testing, right? I deployed the bot yesterday, so I decided just to go 5 contracts on S&P. So the profit yesterday is because I just decided to test on low position size. And today, like I decided to go full position size. So if I went full today, probably this number would have been like almost tenfold. Of course, like higher position size means lower chance to getting filled. So in reality, I think I would make like $600 to $700 if I were to, fully like open the maximum position size that I, would define for this account. And so is the plan to move completely to Bollinger and Z-score trading? Yeah, I think in the future I would like do that because in my opinion, like based on the current backtest that I've made, the Bollinger like outperform the static levels, right? And also like the thing is like with the static levels, what I'm doing is that I'm reviewing the prices like on a daily basis. And if a spread is getting tight or large, like I can manually adapt to that spread, right? So I'm sort of like manually using the static levels, where Bollinger can basically define these levels for me. Like I can say like minimum and maximum threshold where you shouldn't trade. Like if the spread is like above -2, right? Don't go long, even though the Bollinger gives a signal. So we can like overlay like minimum maximum thresholds on top of the Bollinger to have, to be more reactive to current price. And I think like Z-score trading will be much more profitable in the long term. And so what do you think about arbitrage, ARB on SpaceX tonight? No, I stay out of it, right? I just, for me, it's important. Just focus on the strategies that work, that make lots of money. And I think like designing strategies based on IPOs, right? Or like based on big events can be quite risky. And I don't have much experience with, high volatility trading, because first you have like a strategy that can backtest, and the second thing is how good is the execution during a volatile event, right? So because you have low liquidity, high volatility, and that can like also screw up your trading strategy, because even though the backtest, for example, was good, because the market is volatile, you might not get good fills, and as a result, it can be quite dangerous. So I like try to stay away from like these super hype big events. I would rather focus on strategies that like generate uh, good money on a day-to-day basis than focusing on these big events. And so, okay, more comments. Maybe you can also make these alerts from Discord appear in this dashboard for visibility. Yeah, I could actually. I could. So what's actually missing, right? And I think it's a good thing, right? We are missing like a heartbeat monitoring, and like maybe let's also add it here. So we can also like provide the current state of trading bot, ensure that MT5 hedger and the trading bot is also trading. And yeah, so right now we don't know if the bot crashes, right? Because the monitoring system and the trading bot are two separate systems. So it would be also good to check, yeah, if the trading bot is alive. So heartbeat monitoring for hedge bot and trading bot. Well, with that also, I will also write other things, unify hedge bot and trading bot into one process, right? So right now, when you trade, you need to, open two separate scripts. So here, you have hedge bot here that hedges the exposure, and the trading bot that places the trades, right? And there are two separate scripts. If one crashes, another one might be running separately. You might have small unhedged exposure. So it would be good to have like one, like the apparent like process that manages these two sub processes and makes sure that both of them are always running at the same time, right? So it's like employee in McDonald's, you do fries, you do patties, right? And then you somehow have to make sure that all of those employees are working like in harmony and in sync together, because right now we don't have that. We just assume that both scripts are running and hopefully don't crash. So this is like something that's also missing. I don't have X. Sorry, I don't use X. So you can like either follow me on Instagram, or yeah. Actually, I haven't added my Instagram profile. So if you guys want to follow me, I always tell myself I should post more on IG, but you know, IG doesn't teach you that much about trading in the first place, right? I would probably just again post my breakfast, or when I'm live streaming, or again like post some profits, or like try to be smart once in a while and say some wise stuff, like uh I don't know, what do influencers say on Instagram? 99% quit before they win big or something. Yeah, something like that. So this is my IG. Okay, so finally, let's get the things done. I've been chatting a lot with you, but it's fine. As usual, I like, these morning sessions, actually afternoon sessions where you have these questions. So let's proceed with setting up my PyCharm and Claude. So I still need to set up the credentials. So give me time. I'll do it, off screen for a few minutes, and then I'll come back to you when this is done, right? So in the meantime, just feel free to, I don't know, check this dashboard, for example. So I need to create my API keys. And again, guys, if I accidentally leak something, please let me know, because now I'm trading a large account. Actually, I'm doing it for the research account, the small one. So actually, it's not so bad. All right, so I'm just going to authorize the key. Great, and then I need to provide my wallet address to the configurations, and basically my project is now set up, so I can close it, right? So my API credentials have been like filled. So here in the config, this file um, is ready, and so theoretically I can try to now run my dashboard and try to start my dashboard with the new credentials. So here, if I go to dashboard.py, I can try to run the dashboard. So and I click on this, right? So here I will open my new dashboard. So now my project is set up and running. So here you can see that here I'm connecting to my like MT5 account. That's my testing account, and like this is like working. All right, I'll get a quick bathroom break, so I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we can continue with the other tasks, right? So just give me 1 second. Nice. So yeah, I'm back. So now comment, add some advertising to the dashboard for some and quite place to draw attention to sub. Yeah, I think so too. I've considered that. So yeah, like this place here is like almost easy to. It's almost like obvious. Like I could add something here. Probably I will ask my designer to create like a quick banner or like some quick text and like yeah people who go here could probably like go to my website or like list one of our partners here to also offer third-party services. But yeah, thank you for a suggestion, and I'll think about something. Okay, so now my pie chart is ready, right? So this task has been finished, and so let's just proceed like working other tasks and like step by step we'll finish our things. So our project has been set up. And so now let's try to fix some of the critical issues, right? Critical issues means like working on the bugs, right? So here fix bug where bot crashes, and like let me check again what we had on Discord. Let me share that with you, what we have here, and we'll try to fix that with Claude. I think there will be like a very like easy fix of that. So basically there was like a certain timeout error when you have batch modify, and I think it's quite an easy fix. It's like it probably just has to do, with error handling, and because this is an unhandled error uh, that we get from Hyperliquid, the bot just crashes. So what I'm going to do is it's actually going to be simple. I'm going to go to my IDE, and so what I'm going to do now is yeah, I'm just going to paste the issue. So I assume it's an issue with trading bot. Uh, uh, Trading bot crashed after encountering this bug. Can you check what it is? So we're pasting like this screenshot here, and let's see what Claude now will suggest. No, like this is like the fun part. Like, I would scratch my head for like 1 or 2 hours to fix this issue, or like maybe I would already know what it is and fix it. But the lazy me is like, oh yeah, I can just copy paste the picture, see what Claude comes up with, and then like if everything's fine, then you can just apply it. And so, yeah, another comment, hi, there's always a price difference between futures and CFD quotes. How do you account for this difference? How determine the actual spread? Uh, well, I'm just gonna assume like, let's take futures and CFD, like in general, there's something called basis, which is like the difference between futures and CFD price. And basis basically is nothing more than just, the opportunity cost, interest rate, uh, if you trade like commodities, there are like storage and transportation fees, right? So this is all included in the basis, and so that's why the prices are never the same. So so the actual spread is actually like the basis included, right? So futures and CFDs, which are spot products, are not like exactly one-to-one, and so when you trade with futures, you have uh, you have to also work with the decaying basis over time. And like one way to like work with it is, for example, just to apply a Bollinger Band, right? So you just look at the recent price action, even though like there's like a price difference between the spot and futures asset. But thanks to the Bollinger Band, you can at least like estimate like where the current price action is. I think I can provide a good like example on this question, because like I've tried to, maybe a month ago, try to show you, a gold arbitrage between futures and spot. But let me first try to, check check the things here. My scroll bar doesn't work here, which is kind of annoying. So here we catch now error exceptions around the amend in code as until like the Arabic states. Okay. I would just like to scroll up. Oh, something's happening. Okay, so the scroll bar here is missing. Okay, so we're going down here and then we're dragging down. I'll just restart my PyCharm later. Well, in this case, like we're training Hyperliquid against CFDs, right? So there are no rolls happening. The rolling actually is compensated by the daily swap that you pay, right? You pay swaps on MT5. So even though like the underlying price of a CFD can be a futures asset, the swap basically takes care of the rolling and you don't have to do it manually. And of course, if you trade like real futures, right, on the CME exchange, then you would have to do like rolling on a monthly or a quarterly basis, depending, on the expiry date of the futures asset. Fail pending request on reconnect, iterate self pending. Okay, optionally a top level try except in the main loop. Okay. Yes, please. So while Claude is doing something, maybe I can try to show you a project that I was like working on. This is a project, where I was like doing arbitrage between futures and CFDs, specifically on gold. Yeah, it's here in my arbitrator project. So this project is was dedicated to futures and CFD arbitrage. So now I'm just loading this Git project. It's quite large because there are a lot of notebooks. So yeah, while Claude is computing, trying to fix this error, let me show an example on futures against CFD quotes. All right, so I'm trusting this project. Let's open it in a new window. And like, let's try to, find some backtests here. Not here, not here. Maybe an archive. Yeah, future spot arbitrage. Well, I remember I have like one example in Datalore. Actually, this might be better. I need to download. I actually stopped using Datalore because, like, ever since I've Claude, I like moved back to, which reminds me, I have to cancel my subscription Datalore. I can do it right now. So Datalore is a hosted analytical application. It's basically a hosted notebook that has like very cool features. And now my browser froze. No, it's fine. Okay, all good. So yeah, I will like before I started AI, I've done like Datalore, and so if we go through some of my examples, right here, futures against CFD, and here we have GC futures against XUSD. So maybe it's this notebook. Maybe they've implemented. I have to check like if Claude, if I can implement Claude into this. There's autopilot. So this AI. Can I use my Claude Max subscription to work with Datalore? Question mark. All right. So this AI is just strictly, for programming. maybe ask the support. But yeah, so what I want to say regarding the gold and futures, right, is like, you know, the further you, so let's say the expiry date of this is like June 6th contract is like an old backtest. You see that the basis is quite high, right? So because there are like interest rates, storage costs, and things like that that influence the basis or like the spread basically. And you know, as time goes on, the basis decreases, and then at expiry, the price of futures and spot will be basically zero, right? And then like, how do you like account for spread trading if you have this basis? So you can, for example, do like a linear approximation, right? You can, for example, compute like this linear approximation. You can compute your own fair price, or you just apply a Bollinger, right? You can, for example, say, okay, this is the average, right? We have like this mean here, and we trade around this average. And then like when we apply this Bollinger, when the price of futures is quite low, you would buy, and when the price of futures is quite high, then you would sell, right? So you can like create a Bollinger Band strategy between futures gold and spot gold. And like here, you can see also, right? If you like apply a Bollinger here, you can like buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, and so on. So this is like my strategy, how I would approach like trading futures and spot. And in the meantime, I will cancel my subscription on Dadalore. So I have to go to billing, and I will cancel my subscriptions now. Huh. Where do I cancel the subscriptions? Admin page maybe. Right. So I'm stopping my machines. Manage subscription. Not authorized. They must be joking. Yeah, sorry for the delay. I'm just, canceling my subscription. So, so I save $34 a month. So here, billing, transactions, invoices. Well, canceling subscriptions is very annoying. Yeah, subscribe 1 click and remove subscription 1,000 clicks. Yeah, they always want you to pay, and when you leave, they make it so difficult. But I think like I mean, I don't think I'm stupid, It's just that you just have to really scroll through it. Like I can just remove my card and then it will stop paying, right? I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna remove my card and then they can't uh, charge me anymore. That's one way to do it, right? Just remove your card. So here's the subscription pack. Disable auto renewal. Oh, I see. Okay, disabled. Yeah, like I was looking for cancel, 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 or like end subscription, but the text that was there was like disable auto renewal, right? Who does that? So anyways, let's continue. Uh, so here we have another question. Hi, do you use any API key to fetch real-time data for arbitrage? Yeah, I'm using Hyperliquid API keys, right? So I get the data from the Hyperliquid exchange. This one. So that's what I just set up. And I also have my Python connector to MT5. So this is all real-time market data, and I'm using that data to compute real-time arbitrage opportunities. Okay, so we fix a bug where the bot crashes. So here, yes, let's make this edit. And yeah, so I want to restart my PyCharm ID because the scroll wheel is like doesn't work. So I don't know if it's a bug with this IDE, right? So I have to like drag to get up and down. So yeah, I'm just gonna read what it's going to do, and cool. So here, basically what we're just doing is like if we have some timeout error, right, regarding the order result and something like that. Like sometimes, for example, the WebSocket can crash and like we never get a response or the order gets lost. So when that error happens, we just ignore it. We just check open positions and then like we try to, just continue trading bot, pretend the issue never happened. So another question, do you scrape all crypto exchange or even FX exchange? Yeah, so I'm trying to arbitrage anything, where we can make money. And right now I'm focusing on RWAs, which means real world assets. So I'm focusing like on commodities, stock indices, and also Forex. But right now I'm not trading crypto, right? I could theoretically try to make like crypto arbitrage, but the spread is not like big enough for me like to make significant like returns. So Bitcoin is theoretically possible. Like I could turn a strategy like over the weekend on a Saturday, but during the week, I prefer like trading like US 500, JP225, and maybe you can add some Forex pairs on top of that. Okay, so once this is done, I'll restart my PyCharm and then we'll continue. Okay, so this is done. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to restart PyCharm because the scroll wheel is not working, and then I'm going to restart PyCharm and let's see if it works. So here I need to open like my previous project. So here I'm going to Hyperliquid Arbitrage, and yeah, let's see. So here I'm going to type Claude again, and we're going to check our V1 trading bot. So this is V0. We have V1 here. This is our trading bot. I think like after this stream, I will just set like V1 to normal versions, right? Because I think V1 is already much more performant and has more risk settings than V0. And then we'll add like V2 to prototypes. I think it's time, to upgrade the version, let's say. Um, so yeah, so here in strategy settings, we have, let's just test on Euro, right? So I will do like a Euro, or we can like do JP225. I don't mind that either. Let's just look at the exposure. Pardon. And so here we turn on our MT5 hedger, right, to start trading bot, and then here we can run our trading bot, and then like, and then usually what I do is like, okay, I assume like these were just small changes, right, that deal with the crash, and but it still needs to be tested, right? So I just let it run on my server overnight, and if there is no crash after applying this change, then I will just let all the members know, and like as usual, just report any new bugs and I will try to fix that. So yeah, good job, Claude. And I will also say, can you update the trading bot v1 also in strategies folder? So right now we just edited, the v1 version of the trading bot, and yeah, the Claude will now update also the strategy folders with the new settings. Okay, let's proceed. So now we're just updating all the folders, and then later, before the end of stream, I will upload it to my members so we can again try to download it, and hopefully it will be fixed. Let me also have a look at some other things. And by Lawrence, if you're on the stream, probably not, but thank you for reports. I always love it, like when something crashes, like, oh no, it crashed, but then they don't provide extra information. If you work in IT, right, you're an IT guy, and they just say, oh, the website doesn't work, and you guys, what doesn't work? And like the website, and like, so you can't website. No, no, I just can't log in, and like, oh, so you can't log in, all right, and so and stuff like that. So anytime you put a little bit of effort into like explaining why something crashes, uh, that always like helps also like me in investigating, and like then I can more effectively like help you when I know what the exact issue is. Uh, so yeah, if you have another comment, I used to think about building a tool like yours, but I felt major exchanges and large firms were already far ahead in this space. Seeing what you're building has definitely made me think differently. Yeah, great. Yeah. So so I'm glad, that, I can like inspire people, to see that uh, there are mm, like many options to actually make money, and that the tools that usually were only available to big institutions are also actually available for retail, right? If anything, this is especially attractive for retail because the volumes, right, and the liquidity is like quite low. So, like, if you made, I don't know, like a few $100s on JP225, right? A big institution wouldn't bother because they have to, pay for infrastructure, they have to pay for quants, they have to, pay for uh, like developers, right? And people who write the trading bots, and like you have these executives and people who are in charge of risk and dealing and risk management. So, uh, in a like standard trading setup, you have, let's say, like 5 people who try to make a strategy work. And like what we're doing here is actually just me, chilling with Claude, turning on the trading bots. There's no CEO who gives you like 10 different rules how to, manage risk. It's our own money, so we have all the freedom to make money ourselves. So yeah, it's just not Hyperliquid. You have a lot of opportunities on other dexes too. So once you see that there are actually a lot of ways to make money on these exchanges, it will just get easier and easier over time, right? So like at this point, I'm not worried at all that I'm not gonna make money, right? Maybe Hyperliquid will become oversaturated with, the big players. And when that happens, right, we either have to improve our systems, right, make it faster, more efficient, improve like the strategies, or we can just find a different exchange, right, a different DEX, and see what we can find there. So it's all about, applying the same principle. It's about like having a system that works. So our arbitrage system basically, as you can see, works, and it's just about finding the right market where we can run our strategy. And so if you remember, I tried to trade gold like a month ago, and everyone was asking, yeah, that's a cool strategy. And then when I traded, I was sort of break even. I was like a bit sad because it was like a really good strategy last year. Last year it made incredible returns, and yeah, so then I moved to crypto, then I tried gold again. My backtest was much better than the real results. So then I moved back to Hyperliquid. So if something stops working, it's just about, applying the same system, but on different exchange or different market, and that's all there is to it. Thank you. I realize it was a bit silly question. Thanks for explanation. Yeah. No worries. Just keep asking. Like trading is very difficult and easy at the same time, right? But because if you're a beginner, it can get like quite confusing. Like buying and selling, the concept of buying and selling quite easy, but there are other like little things that like are not that obvious. Like like the question, why is futures different from the spot price, right? Is actually uh like it's a very advanced topics, and a lot of traders, right? They only focus on basis trading, like on this difference between spot and futures price, and that on its own is like me myself. I've been trying, to study that for like one entire year, and I to this day I still don't like fully understand the pricing mechanisms between futures and spot. Um, so that is like quite an advanced topic, yeah. Delta Exchange, can you check it out? Well, okay, let me see. Okay, so right now, yeah, so our trading bot is not trading on JP225. So this is great. So we just let it run. Hopefully we'll find a trade. Right. So this is our small account, and also like on our large account, we're not doing anything yet. Uh, so today I still like try to take it easy, right? I still have to think about what strategies I want to deploy on the 100K account. But it's like I would rather just uh, proceed with these things because long term, right? Long term building the dashboard, the logics, and like the systems will give us more than like just chasing profits. But if I find something I know that is really good right now, of course I will enter it into a trade. Uh, but yeah, so this is like to be reviewed, so we can like now proceed to the next thing. So add time zone configurations to the dashboard, heartbeat monitoring, unify hedge. Okay, so I have to think like what I want to start with first. And so maybe, yeah, I think this will be easy, and then we can like try to do some screening, and like maybe we'll find a different like trading setup. Um, so we can. So let's look at Delta Exchange. Is it like an Indian exchange? So this is a top cryptocurrency. All right, I think I can't go here. I have to go to the global one. Trade crypto futures and options. All right, so there's the Indian one, but I'm redirecting the global one because I'm based in the EU. Yeah, so it looks like it's a centralized exchange where you trade crypto futures and options, uh, perpetuals on Bitcoin and so on. Right, looks like, right. And I assume this is it. It is a centralized exchange, right? So here we have like centralized assets. Yeah, nice. They have PaxG. Like I love trading PaxG. Right now I don't have a strategy on, but we're going to do a Bollinger strategy on PaxG USDT. This is something like that I'm looking forward to, uh, because trading gold is like on gold on CFDs is like super cheap. So market making or arbitrage trading gold is like super efficient that that we can do. And so yeah, so I guess this exchange is fine. I don't see the commissions. Right, here we'll have to log in and so on. Right, so they are basically a centralized exchange. So here's 0.01% fees on BTC, USDT, Ethereum. Uh, what are the fees on Delta Exchange? Question mark. Taker fee 0.5%, maker 0.9. It's actually not that good, right? Like this is okay, right? Most exchanges like do that, but if we compare that like with Hyperliquid, for example, right? If you look at futures on Hyperliquid, well, first of all, we have like very 0.003. They're like almost uh like 50, like almost 15 times, 8 times cheaper. Yes, they're like 7 or 8 times cheaper on RWAs. If we like check just Bitcoin, right, BTC USDC. So this is how I actually, how do you determine whether you want to trade on a certain exchange or not, right? We have Hyperliquid as a decentralized exchange. We have now Delta, we have Kraken, we have Binance, and so on. And like for me, it's mainly the commission, right? So here we see that Delta Exchange 0.02%. Here we have 0.015. It's 25% cheaper to trade on Hyperliquid. Second thing is the volume. You want to check, how liquid it is, and also how efficient the pricing is, right? So if this exchange has like low volume and low efficiency on the assets, then you of course want to trade it because there are lots of opportunities. And then the last thing is like this: is it centralized or decentralized? Because with centralized exchanges, you have to do KYBs, register, and there's like this like process, administrative process. On DEXs, you just send money there and keep trading. So at this point, like I personally just prefer trading DEXs because it's just easier to just send money and withdraw it without having all these like compliance stuff. And you never know what this exchange might do. They might trade against you, right? They can always freeze your funds. They can always go bankrupt, and then you lose your money. That's a risk that's like less with DEXs, right? With DEXs, all the money is like in your wallet, and you just trade on that exchange, right? So no one can like freeze your funds, basically. Like they could in theory, like in some cases, I believe, but I don't think they're like programmed like that. So I'm not sure about it. Like, and okay, another question. Did you try to beat prop firms? Yeah, I did that in the past. Like, I used to work at a prop firm for 6 years, and like their business model is like very easy to arbitrage. But nowadays, like their systems like to identify hedging, or like uh, analyze your flow, they will basically just deny you after getting a few payouts. So when they see that you're too profitable, they will apply restrictions, they will apply limitations, and eventually they will just ban you because you're just too profitable. So if you trade with props, like if you have a small account, I think it's a good way to uh, build build your wealth quickly initially, right? So if you're a client that only has, let's say, like a few $1,000s or less than $1,000, then starting with prop can really boost your returns, right? But once you get to a point where you have like, let's say, above 25K or 50K, right? Then like still trading props can be fine, but then it's just a matter of time until you get denied. So I stopped trading props and I just fully focus on like the arbitrage trading that you see right here. Cool. So this trading bot has been trading, so no issue here. And okay, so let's continue with our next task, and I'm going to add configurations. But here we can also like discuss like not only time zones, right? What can we configure in the dashboard? So I'm talking about this. So this is my public dashboard again, right? So anyone who's new here can access this dashboard. So this is my public dashboard. But we also have our private dashboard running, which is running here in localhost. And like this dashboard you would have open on your PC or your VPS when you trade the strategy yourself, right? So yeah, let's go to dashboards, reporting, dashboard, dashboard.py. So here we would run our dashboard application. And so there are many things that we can like add, right? So here the time zones. Here we see that we have little strategy pairs, and we have to uh, deal with these strategy pairs like through a Python script. So here we have dashboard settings.py, and I was thinking that instead of editing this Python file, maybe we can create like a config file that can be edited using the dashboard UI. And so as a result, we don't have to go to this file and we can directly interact with this dashboard. And in theory, this was a suggestion, from one of your members, we can also implement the Discord alert bot inside the dashboard, so we don't need to run Discord alert bot and dashboard separately. So I think this is also like nice thing to have, that we'll also add the Discord alert board in one. So here I'm just going to write down what we can do with the dashboard. So of course, the initial idea was time zone. The second one is the what was it? The symbol settings. We can add the Discord alert inside the dashboard, right? So that in the dashboard you would provide your URL webhook, and then you would, you know, be able to then see your stuff on Discord. I'm just going to ask, you know, so what I have here, right? I'm logging into my Discord. Maybe some of you know I have two accounts, one for live streaming right now and my main moderator account, and this one doesn't have access. So I'm just going to ask Dung, can you promote me to moderator, please? Needs to access some channels. Right, so here I just asked, you know, one of the moderators on my server to grant me rights, and I'm going to show you, you know, my alert system on Discord, so you can see how it looks. Yeah, and maybe we can, here I said the heartbeat monitoring for hedgebot and trading bot. We can also add that, right? So also trading bot system monitoring, right? So we can add it also into a Discord alert to make sure that the trading bot is active and the hedge bot is active. And then I was thinking like we could also add Telegram, because a lot of people or traders in the community like to use Telegram, or like what other like messaging tools do we have? I think Discord and Telegram is fine, but first let's just focus on Discord. I don't want to like over engineer something I personally don't need. So for now, Discord is like fine for me. Okay, so we're going to proceed to this task now, right? So here, let's say something to be reviewed can be blue, right? So I can get to it later. And here, let's focus on this task now. So we'll add time zone configurations, simple settings, alert system from Discord, and the system monitoring. So we'll just read the values of trading bot if it's running. Okay, let me get to some, yeah. Let me read some more comments and let's proceed. How long can I stay consistently profitable there and still receive payouts? Right now I'm averaging about 10K in monthly payouts with one specific prop firm, but I've also started trading with another one in parallel because I'm worried I might get banned or restricted. Well, well, it depends on the prop. I can't say, right? Because every prop is different. And they have like different like risk monitoring systems, and like the danger of getting denied is always there, right? So right now, if I like a system that consistently makes money, just keep trading that system, and eventually we'll figure out. Eventually, you'll just find out that they will be much stricter, right? Or they will apply consistency rules. Or if you get denied payout, unfortunately, that would be the end for you. And so your worries are actually real. You will eventually get banned or restricted if you make lots of profit, right? So just accept it as a fact that you're gonna get banned in a prop firm, and just try to squeeze as much money as you can while you can, right? So everyone's like, I hope I can like make money with this prop forever, but this is a little bit of delusional thinking, because if you make money with a prop and they see that, right, they will do something about it sooner or later, unless you just trade very smart, you try to stay under radar, don't make too much profit, right? Somehow, just stay out of their main monitoring systems. So there are like ways to sort of stay under the radar, but sooner or later, if you're making lots of money, they will just know about you. The section where we can see all ticker and their spreads, right? Okay, so the strategies have been updated, and So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to apply the requested changes in dashboard. Uh, uh, I want to create a settings page app where I can edit dashboard settings.py from uh, uh, from the dashboard UI. I want to use settings.json instead of a Python file. Okay, so first we're going to change the structure of this, dashboard.py. So now instead of using a Python file, to define our variables here, we are changing this entire entire configuration as a JSON file, right? So this JSON file will sort of like be a mini database where we save the configurations. And with this new structure, we can then add all these things that we want to implement into our dashboard app. Oh, we have another question. Can you explain what strategy should we use for futures prop firms? Use the same strategy as with any prop firm, right? When you trade with a prop firm, you need to find a strategy that has an edge, right? That is basically profitable, and you would want to trade the prop account similar way you would trade your live account, at least in terms of the signals, right? So if you have like a strategy with positive edge, just trade it. And so another way like to also look at prop firms is that uh, like there is no magic behind it. Like if you want to be a profitable trader, you need to be profitable on live, right? And prop firms are no different. If you want to maximize profitable in prop firms, you need to know how to make money on the prop firm account. And so people overthink the strategy on prop firms, right? But they just forget about one important thing usually is that am I trading, like, are the signals the same as on my own personal live account? Right, so they just try to pass, right? They try to pass fast, which is also fine, right? It's a strategy to cycle all of challenges, get funded fast. But the most important part about long-term profitability is to have a profitable strategy and just, focus on your risk management. Right, so now, okay, so here we have our JSON file. So we can now do this, and then we'll edit that from our dashboard page. And like one thing I don't like about props is that like the account sizes are like very attractive, right? You get like a funded account, you only pay like $100 to get like, I don't know, like a 25K account, you pay 500 to get a 100K account, which effectively is like on a funded account, an account with a max loss of 10K. But it's almost like a trap for new traders because instead of focusing on profitable trading, on designing strategies, all they think about is passing, 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 right? It's like they're so tunnel visioned about getting the funded account that they forget about basic trading rules, right? Risk management, analyzing strategies have an edge, right? And all those strategies revolve just about passing fast, right? So prop trading teaches you about passing fast and getting the payout as soon as possible rather than becoming a good trader. And it sort of like destroys uh, the good trading habits, right? The rules that they promote as, oh, these are risk management rules to make sure that you're not gambling. It's just like a PR thing they say, right? But in reality, they're just designed to make you fail. And so whenever someone says, I want to trade props, like I don't care if you trade props or not, right? But I just tend to see traders like forgetting what it means to be actually trading, right? Because with props, it's just all about passing. Yeah, I use something with, okay, got banned after 3 payouts, right? So why would you want to like work with a prop where you make money and you get banned after 3 payouts, right? The entire system tells you, oh, we're looking for good traders, please trade with us, and then you get paid, get banned. I would call it one of the biggest scams of the 21st century. Okay, so our settings.json file has been generated. So I'm going to add this to Git, and we have created a new settings page, right? Settings page.py, and so I'm going to restart my dashboard and see, what the new rules are now. Okay, so yeah, so okay, let's open this new dashboard. Cool. And here we have new settings, right? So here in settings, what we have now is we are saving these files into settings.json. So you can, in theory, also edit settings.json from, by clicking on it. But now we can just say, okay, I just want to have like SP500, right? JP225 and EURUSD. I don't want to have the rest. And here you are like choosing which DEX you want to have like included, because right now this dashboard only works with a single DEX. Maybe in the future I will make it compatible. What I mean by DEX is that if you go to HIP3 deployments, you have like XYZ deployer, FLX, I think it's Ventures, or what are they called? VNTL, Hyena, KM, right? They're all different deployers. And right now the dashboard requires this like DEX parameter to actually map the symbols correctly. And here we have this broker UTC offset, which measures the offset between the broker server and the MT5 server, right? And so this is great. So now I need to save the settings, right? So I applied the new settings, and like now this new settings.json file should be updated, which is correct. All right, so you don't want to touch this usually, or this, because I already like configured that for you. But if you have a different broker time or want to trade different DEX, right, then you would enter like a different symbol here. And so we created this configuration file, and now we can also work. So symbol settings is done here, right? So this is done. So we can mark it as green. So now we want to add the time zone, and then we will also add the trading bot system monitoring in the dashboard. Actually, this is not relevant with the settings. I think this is actually a separate thing. But okay. Or we're talking about like all the dashboard changes we can do. So it's here. So again, this is green. This is done. And now let's proceed to the time zone changes in the dashboard. So right now, when we look at the profits, right? Let's look at the live dashboard. We compute the profits based on like the broker midnight time, right? So when in MT5 you have midnight, what it then does is it computes it based on broker server midnight. But one of my viewers wanted to set it maybe according his own local time. So I'm going to set the time zone to compute the realized P&L, today's place trades and so on. So in settings, so what I'm going to do is in the settings page, I want to set the time zone for the dashboard. This time zone then computes is then used to compute the realized P&L today, and also for the computation of P&L history, etc. Can you implement this? So this is like based on request. I think today's news today, requested this at the start of stream. So we're going to add this, and yeah, then we can like play with different time zones. So for example, if you're based in Asia, then you do it according to your own time zone, and you don't have to follow the broker midnight. Like personally, I like to use the broker midnight because basically I would define the trading day basically at market rollover. That's where like globally all trading sessions end. So by default, I will apply it to, let's say, UTC plus 2, right? Midnight UTC plus 2 is the usual rollover, or plus 1 London time. No, yes, no, I don't know. 11 p.m. Prague. That's yeah. I'll figure it out. Okay, so now Claude is thinking. In the meantime, again, I can reply to some comments. And okay, okay, you guys are having a discussion here. That's great. If you add spread too, that would be great. What do you mean by that? Like, do you want like this historical spread to reflect the time based on your time zone? Right. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. So I will try to display the historical spread based on your time zone. That's also a good proposal, right? So time zone. So what we have to do here is real-time dashboard, P&L history, and then spread history. Like again, I assume there will be some bugs, but just let me know, guys, and then I will try to fix it. Actually, I'm the best testers, right? Whenever I release something, it's funny. People just turn the strategy on, and then like, okay, this doesn't work, and they just let me know, which isn't like the correct approach, right? Especially when it comes to trading. But I appreciate the fast feedback, and it's like one of the fastest way basically to develop things. So as long as it's, for example, just dashboard oriented or just reporting oriented, then it's like very easy to try to apply fixes. And if it's like trading related, then as I usually say, let me just trade it overnight, see if it works, and then I'll upload it the next day, for example. All right. So I see you guys are making new friends in the chat, which is also nice. So good luck to you with your with your prop trading. But yeah, I'm already like done with props basically. Okay, so here oh, it's actually great. So this Claude already is thinking for me, so it also applies, the pricing on the historical spread. So everything's fine. And so yeah, so actually I could also screen for some trading opportunities today. I haven't opened like any trades today yet, and maybe we can like find something interesting. Um, like JP225 looks kind of attractive, right? Maybe I should like trade JP225 on my large account. Uh, Here we see that we have opened like a small position on JP225. So actually what I'm going to do today is, yeah, I'm going to trade JP225 on my large account, and we'll see how it goes. So here I have my like VPS ready already, right? So here I can just quickly go to my folder and run the JP225 arbitrage strategy. So here we have basically our folder. Let me double check the strategy settings. right? Because it's a large account, I can actually afford to go quite a lot. But again, I don't want to go too much because, as I said, the liquidity is like quite limited, right? So, uh, and so how much? The thing is, one contract on JP225 is worth 66,000 US dollars. So if I go based like 0. Let's say 25, 0.25 times 66,000, right? So the position size would be 16.5. I think that should be okay. Uh, or maybe I could just go low and slow, which is like go based on 0.1, and the maximum exposure would be 1 for now. I will try this. Yeah, I will try this. And here I think I will set the entry and exit to 100 for now, and then here it's 0. Then I need to double check the daily maximum hedge volumes. So let me try to set it to 1000, and then we'll see later how much it is. If we reach a limit, then we'll find out eventually. Okay, so this looks good to me. So one contract into a 66,000, which is not that much, but once we get filled, I can then like decide if I want to open more or not. So here, let me just open MT5 hedger now, right? So here we're going to trade JP225 on the large account, and here I'm also going to turn on my trading bot, right? So here I'm going to do this. Oh, and actually, right, because I have oh no, I'm gonna stick with the old version, right? Because I haven't tested it. It's a 100K account after all. So here I'm just going to keep the same trading bot, and then here I'm going to run this and just keep it going, right? So now we're going to trade on JP225. Liquidity is low, as I said, so it might take a lot of time until we get filled, but we have time, so nothing to worry about. So here we're just waiting for a tick on JP225 to initialize the trading bot. We're waiting for the first price event, and after that trading bot will run. So now it's ready, and now our trading bot is running. So here on the left, we trade SP500. Here on the right, we trade JP225. Right, and here we see price minus 200, right? So we have like very, very good entry price right now. So this is great, right? So we have good entry price, and we'll try to, just catch a good fill now. So here, as you can see, yeah, we're placing our limit orders, and then in the live dashboard again, if we find like JP225, you can then see the trade here. Right. I like your stream, but I have to go. Right. Yeah, that's fine. You can just watch the recording later. And yeah, I stream like multiple times per week, so you're not missing out on anything. And like I will just summarize, what we do here, and yeah, enjoy your day, and yeah, enjoy your weekend actually, because today's Friday already. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Because working dashboard, let's just allow all edits during this session. A bit of vibe coding never hurt anybody, and let's continue working on these tasks. Okay, we enter on JP225. What other symbols could potentially be quite good for us? Because here we also like USDJPY, which is like pretty good. The volume is pretty high, it's 3 million, so it's actually quite high actually. And here we see annualized 15%. And that's not bad, right? Because low funding rate on Forex is actually still okay, because on Forex the volatility is much lower, so you can afford to go much higher position sizes. So in theory, we could like try to trade USD, JPY, USDC. There's like this exchange rate from like USD to JPY, because whenever you buy one lot on USD JPY on Hyperliquid, you're basically buying 160 USD worth of USD JPY, which is a bit interesting, right? But the reason why is that on Hyperliquid, every asset is quoted or denominated in a USDC, right? So for that reason, oh, it seems like we are entering short now, which is great, right? You see that now we're short 2 SP500s on this testing account. Let me see on my Hyperliquid account on my main server, right? So here I would just go to app.hyperliquid, and here, we have my large account, and here we're already like short 11. So this is great. So we're now, loading our position. So we have already 11 filled, and yeah, actually my dashboard seems is closed here. So let me just find the dashboard here. So here we have yeah, our trading bots running. Here we have our 2 trading bots running. So which one's the dashboard? I think, yeah, this one's the dashboard. So here, let's just copy this URL, and this is like the live dashboard for my large account, right? So here on my VPS. So right now, oh, we are exited. That was quite fast. Beautiful. Like, this is crazy, right? This was like a very, very quick scalp. I think like within a few minutes we entered and now we exited, and then so this is the profit now. So it was like very, very fast trade. It seems like. So let's go to SP500, and sometimes it does happen like that fast, probably. So here we're just waiting to load the SP500. Wow. So here we see it like a very huge spike, right? So here we went long here, and then this was our exit price. I guess it's due to the like right now there's like a huge drop, right? Which caused maybe like a liquidity gap on Hyperliquid, right? So there was some price discrepancy, and like let's look at US 500 right here. Like the price is dropping like very hard, and like as I said, like when the price move very, very much, right? It seems like that the pricing efficiency between Hyperliquid and MT5, like the spread is like much larger. So cool. So I guess we're $46 in profit within a few minutes. And interesting is that yeah, so cool. Well, I was excited about finding entries and exits, right? So that was like fun. I was hoping to allocate like 50 or 50 contracts on SP500, but then we exit so fast, so it was probably just a very, very quick and short scalp on this one. And also sometimes profits, they just happen fast, and like whole day nothing happens, and then suddenly you maybe like plus 100. So beautiful. We made a profit. Let's keep coding. And let's see, I assume we still have no trade on JP225. We're still trying to, yeah, submit orders, but yeah. So yeah, here you can see we're at the top of book. So yeah, it's just a matter of time until we get filled basically, and hopefully we get filled sooner than later. Yeah, someone like mentioned on Discord, right, that they're also trading JP225, and like the bot works, the limit prices are there, we're at top of book, but there are no trades, right? And that's okay, because the reason why is that liquidity is low. There is no like counter participant who wants to sell to you at that price. And like to some extent makes sense, because when the funding rate is negative, it means that JP225 is underpriced already. So why would you sell something that's underpriced, right? And so it might like take time until you actually get a fill, but as long as you keep coding, eventually you will get filled. And for example, here on my testing account, we're already like long 0.01, and like here on my large account, I'm trying to get filled 0.1 basically. Okay, no, I'm using IC trading for hedging, right? So I'm quoting my limit prices on Hyperliquid. I'm trying to catch a good price, and whenever I get filled, I hedge that exposure with IC markets to flatten the exposure to basically lock in my profits, right? So this is used as a hedge. Uh, okay. Hmm. Are we allocating positions again? No, no. No, yeah, we got a fill on JP225 actually. So cool. So let's check our dashboard. Actually, I just used the public dashboard to see if you see the same thing. So here on JP225, if you check my dashboard, right, you see that uh, my entry price is -75, which is pretty good because my limit price was set to -80, so we got only slip $5, and my exit price is 0 basically, right? So I try to exit at 0, and it's so cool. So we're also trading JP225. So today seems like we're gonna make some profits after all, which is great. Um, Okay, and so now let's check the new dashboard settings. So here we also try to implement the time zones. So with this new dashboard, I'm going to yeah, test the time zone settings. So here okay, so I would like put Hyperliquid DEX prefix maybe like into the symbol card, right? Because this XYZ is actually referencing the symbols and symbol pairs. And so, and the time zone settings can be like in the separate tab. But first, let's like try to test it, right? So, um, so now I'm going to, save the settings and then restart dashboard for the changes to take effect, right? So here we have to restart the dashboard and so yeah, let's do that. Let's restart it. Actually, I just used my own time zone, right? But in theory, if I used a different time zone, let's say yesterday, right? Uh, I think if we use, let's say the US time zone, then maybe I can still catch some trades from like yesterday, and then this value would, and so let's do like US, or like let's try LA, right? So I don't know how much time, what the time diff is, but it must be like still early in the US. But I don't think I placed like any trades today, like during that time zone. So maybe you guys, right, who live in different time zones can like try to use this setting to compute that. And like the trading bot still uses like the broker time zone, right? So the dashboard settings and the trading bot is using like different time zones to compute the realized P&L. So just so you know, there are like still some discrepancies, but then we'll try to unify all the things like in dashboard and also with the trading bot. So here we restarted everything, right? And so yeah, the profit here is a bit lower, right? So now we are using uh, looking at trades from a different time. Uh, so here the table still shows different time zones, but also let's, for example, try to look at the P&L report, right? Maybe if you look at the P&L report, maybe the values will look a bit different. And yeah, so that's like adjusted. I think the best way to test it is like I will just upload this new time zone setting, guys. And those of you who are like not based in Europe, like in Asia or US, right? You can like test it out and let me know if the time zone configurations uh, are better, right? So just let me know, guys. Yeah, so here we can set the time zone settings. So now I would prefer this Hyperliquid DEX prefix, right, to be moved up here. So here I'm just going to draw something very fast. So yeah, I'm just going to tell Claude. Yeah, the weird thing is I can't like. If I take a screenshot of it like this, all right, it's already copied, and so here I will tell Claude to move the that input up there. Can you move DEX input to symbol card? And then I just paste the picture. So, and I will provide like in dashboard. Okay, so how much JP225 do we have right now? Like not that much, right? Just 0.04, but we're still quoting the buy limits, I assume. Like the spread is still huge, right? It's like very huge. So all right, now it's trying to exit actually. So it's like because the spread is so large. Yeah, so in JP225 it's very interesting, right? So liquidity is very low, and like in this case we have the ability to do the two-sided quotes. Like on JP225, this is something I have to like actually implement because I could quote the bid and ask price at the same time, if you understand, right? So now we're trying to exit, but we're also like trying to enter. And entering is like missing opportunities, and exiting is locking the profit. So I would rather have like yeah, I would like try to like implement both. Of course, like reducing risk and locking profit is usually always a better thing to do, right? Because you're removing like reducing risk and you're locking in profits, right? So you just feel better about like exiting trades in a profit because the profitable opportunities or exits can always like go away, right? So you would rather exit your position and then like re-enter at a better price. And so and yeah, the spread is huge here also. We'll just let's not overthink it. Let's just keep it running, and I think we should be fine. But of course, maybe like here in trading, quote bid and ask at the same time if two signals are valid at the same time. So I think I already made like a version like maybe a week ago, but I haven't tested it yet, right? And I think JP225 is like a really good asset like to quote. And like there will be multiple instances in the future where I think like we also will have two signals at the same time, like both enter and exit signals because the spread is so large. So this will definitely like improve the uh yeah, improve the profitability of our trading strategy. Okay, so let's continue with our dashboard upgrades. Okay, so now the changes have been added. So I just moved again. What I did is I moved my input, my DEX input into the symbol card. So here all we do have to do is just we have to restart it. And like And the reason I put it up here is that like this XYZ prefix, it actually maps to these symbols, right? Because here it's XYZ Hyperliquid. And so now I would probably have to, ask like a question: if I have symbols from multiple dexes, uh, would the dashboard work? So I'm thinking, right, we would have like multiple symbols like JP25 from XYZ, but then, for example, we would have KM or cash. So like, again, to explain, here in HIP3, right, we have all these different like deployers. So they're all different dexes. They provide like, yeah, trading on these assets. And I want to make a dashboard that's compatible with literally everything. So maybe the correct setup would be to like create a symbol and then write the dex for each individual symbol. So this is label, dex, and then Hyperliquid symbol, MT5 symbol. So we can like exactly pinpoint that. What was your last live stream P&L? So I was live streaming last week, right? Actually 2 days ago. And so what you see here now is my large account, right? So we started yesterday trading on this large account. So there's not much history. So again, if you go home, right? So again, here you can check the P&L here. So we've been trading on this test account for the past, like, let's say 3 weeks almost. And here, if you go to P&L report, this is the result on my account for the past 3 weeks, right? So here, this is my trading P&L. We've made plus $530 on like 10 or 11K USD, right? So this is the total performance. And so yesterday, like instead of trading a 11K account, I just decided, okay, we've done enough testing. Let's just, trade on a large account. So we will also have our main account here that has 100,000 now, right? So we're going to trade on this 100K account. And of course, I'm going to trade on both accounts. As I've mentioned, the main account will, be our main. So I'm going to try to trade responsibly, maybe less risk, but more consistently. And the test account will be used, to, explore some interesting strategies, to test some, let's say, the new Bollinger bots that we're going to use. And then if on the testing, the results are good, then I can then apply the new strategies on the main account. Both accounts are live, right? So this is all like test account still means we're using live funds here. So we have 12,000 here on the test and like we're having 100K here. And so my plan with like this large account is that like I'm just going to, trade a 100K account. And if I'm going to make a profit at the end of the year, I'm just going to withdraw all the profits. And then next year, I would again start with a fresh 100K and so on and so on and so on. And of course, like you can also assume that my other funds that I have, I'm also like trading the strategy also personally, but I'm not gonna disclose like everything that I'm gonna do also on my like personal accounts that are not shared. So these are public accounts, and of course, I also have my own private accounts that I'm going to trade. Um, yeah. Yes, please implement it. So now the DEX is going to derive from the prefix of the symbol, and so we don't have to provide the DEX prefix. It's going to be taken from this XYZ, because the XYZ already states which DEX it is basically. So I'm going to apply this change, and okay, so the time zone has been implemented, right? So here this task is basically done, and like let's proceed with the Discord alert system, and then we add the TradingBot system monitoring into the dashboard, which can also be implemented Discord alert system, right? I'm interested like if TradingBot is running and HedgeBot is running without crashing, Because what I did now is like trading bot dumps out a file. Like if we go to trading bot prototypes, and here you see bot state.json. So here you can like see the data of this trading bot being printed out with every iteration. And so we can use that data to monitor our trading bots and see if the script is running. And so we're going to also add this into the dashboard and the Discord alert system. So this is basically like the heartbeat monitoring that we're going to use, and this heartbeat monitoring will be also implemented in Discord, right? And also on the dashboard. So we're interested like in the entry and exit levels, and I think like it would be like I'm thinking maybe we can like add it into a live dashboard, right? So we can like maybe go down, like if we go to symbol pair, right? And so each symbol pair would also have like a system panel, right, where we can see the current state of the trading bot. So this would be like really nice to have. Right, so this is what the spread on like the price on JP225 is. You can see like how inefficient pricing sometimes is. It always like jumps like up and down. And in theory, I feel like we can try to create like a aggressive arbitrage strategy. I'm always like talking about it, but always like I just list down what's the most important thing, and like one day we'll get to it, right? So once we finish the tasks here, we'll eventually, complete those tasks. It's Friday. Whoops. So it's Friday here. So now we are still grooving. Okay. So here we're adding the multi-dex support in our dashboard. And then we'll probably restart very soon, and then let's see if the dashboard works. Right, so it's like quite nice, to have the symbol pairs here. And like when we're going to also use our trading bots, right? Like here, I was talking about like unifying hedge bot and trading bot into one process, and then we were talking about also like about controlling the trading bots from a single UI. We can also have like something like this where we don't have to go to strategy settings, right, and do this. It'll be nice to have like a UI where you just edit these things, and then you can like reapply these settings, and then this UI would then like restart the trading bots and like check on the status of these trading bots. So like as you can see, like still a lot of things to do, but they don't have much to do like with the profitable strategy. It's more like a nice to have thing, uh, you know, so when you trade, you don't have to work with these terms. Like I don't mind, right? I don't mind this, but over time we can improve it. What's most important though is like we're still doing like reporting is important, so you always know that things are running, nothing's crashing. That is correct. That's important. But like UI improvements that look sort of nice are nice, but not critical. So what is going to make the most money for us is actually this, right? So I don't want to like maybe today focus too much like on the nice things to have. We're here to make money, so let's also like focus on looking for new setups and like research and backtesting, right? So I would rather maybe like focus before we all these make like nice UIs. I would rather focus maybe on coding this Bollinger Band strategy, right? Or doing like a screener monitoring for profitable setups, because this will help us a lot with finding the best opportunities and will improve, the profits that we make. Oh, and like if I check the P&L again, yeah. So yeah, we're $46 in profit. I think yeah, we've been before already. So yeah, everything's still fine. like USD-JPY is a profitable setup. Like in theory, I could try to, turn on my USD-JPY strategy. I just need to finish this task very fast. Trading with Michael, Mr. Kakli, amazing as always. Hello, Michael. Welcome to the stream. Nice to have you here. Yes, do the bottom first. So agreed. So let's just finish this thing here, right? I'll leave these tasks open, and then let's also do some backtesting today. I usually stream like 4 hours max. It always like it kind of drains me, like talking, right? And then thinking and then trading at the same time, and then doing the dashboards. Like we're doing, like to be honest, we're doing quite a lot of things now that I realize. Like we're like very fast and efficient, but then my fatigue hits after like the third hour, and then all I want to do is go home, have a beer, and go to bed, which is also fine. Resting is part of working, right? You can only work when you're rested. Okay, so now our perpetual futures, the multi-dex support has been implemented. So now if we like restart this, so now we don't need to provide the dex anymore, and our dashboard should work with all the specified symbols. So now let's just wait and load the data. Never mind. I'm getting this error now. So here dex is not defined. Um, so this is actually what I was worrying about. I'm getting this error now when I open the live dashboard. But yeah, isn't that beautiful? You just copy paste. You just copy paste the error, right? You add it into Claude. Claude will handle it somehow, and then like we can start working with it, right? So here, if I click on JP225, probably nothing will happen too. If I click on P&L report, something's happening. Yeah, we can see the profits. Beautiful profits, right? We can see beautiful profits. It almost looks like, but probably we will like stagnate somewhere. Yesterday, incredible day on. It was actually the most profitable day so far. $108 on a 12K account, right? Like, where do you see that? Like, imagine if I actually deployed this strategy on a 100K account. Like, I would be sitting on like 1K profit today probably, and then I would celebrate my weekend. Yeah, that would be fun. Okay, yes, let's proceed. So I guess Claude forgot to add the DEX parameter somewhere, and yeah, we'll keep working on that. Okay, so it seems to have been fixed. So let's restart the dashboard, run this, and then let's refresh. And so this new dashboard should now be, yeah, should now be available. Okay, so let's open live dashboard. Let's see if we get this error again. So yeah, nothing seems to be wrong here, and beautiful. So now yeah, everything's connected. JP225 is fine, right? We're getting the spread here. All is good. Okay, so beautiful. So yeah, we've added the multi-dex support. Of course, I haven't tested with other symbols other than XYZ. So we're going to, investigate that, like when we, for example, open a trade on a different HIP3 deployer. But so far, this is like great, yeah. All right, so time zone configuration is done. Let's add the Discord alert system. So what I'm going to do is I want to deploy the Discord alert bot using the dashboard. Can you create a new app page like alerts where I can set up the Discord alert system, then using dcc.interval. So this is like a dash core component. I'm already telling like Claude use this like interval functionality in Dash, which is the Python framework to make like this application, right? This web app. So I'm telling it to like use DCC interval, then using DCC interval, send an alert every 15 minutes, right? The Discord URL can be saved inside settings.json, right? So we're going to use the same JSON file where we use the Discord URL. Also add a feature, add a test button where I can trigger the alert using that button, right? So we're going to add this Discord monitoring tool. So while we are spelunking, yeah, spelunking, whatever, I'm gonna again take another toilet break, and yeah, $100 is already Claude subscription, not bad at all too. Yeah, for $100, like like it's crazy what we're doing here, right? It's crazy, and like my usage is very low. So, but I think you don't have to overthink using tokens. It's actually a good thing, right? I'm so productive with low token usage. So if I like try to, create a project to use more, there's like still so much like I can do. So I don't have to waste like, I don't know, thousands of dollars. Like again on social media, right? I'm seeing all these funny posts, where CEOs are wondering, oh no, AI is more expensive than our employees, and like we fired all the employees, and now we're paying for AI that's like 5 times more expensive now. So, I should actually be happy that I have low consumption at the moment, because like with Fable, I heard that, or I assumed that there will be a separate token pool. So maybe I can like downgrade my Pro Max to like regular, and then use Fable, a separate token for pool for Fable, and like consume from that. Like I'll see, what I can do. And so far, I've been using Fable. It's been like going pretty well. And again, like I haven't been using AI so much that I can't differentiate between Opus and other models. But as long as it's doing its job and I'm happy with the results, I think I'm just going to, continue using that. Right. During the scalp of ES500, just a few times before Hyperliquid bot execute the trade, but I forgot to click on algo train MT5 and train execute. So we can put something where if MT5 doesn't execute trade within a few seconds, it would exit Hyperliquid position. Well, how the trading bot works is that it stops trading, right? I feel like closing the position would actually be incorrect. I would, or because let's say like that, like the trading bot checks the exposure, and if there's exposure discrepancy, it stops trading. So the exposure discrepancy there is maximum, is going to be maximum of yeah, this amount, the volume hyperliquid, right? So this is the maximum exposure you can get. And so if there's an exposure discrepancy, I'm like kind of scared to close the position again, because MT5 hedger, like I'll think about it. Like so unfortunate, like of course, yeah, remember to use like MT5 algo trains enabled, right? Here it's disabled because I'm not trading here on this account yet, which I should because my MT5 hedger is stuck. Oh no. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, actually, I actually made the same error because I actually deployed the same trading bot and I didn't have it enabled here. So yeah, even pros make mistakes, right? But yeah, I'm thinking that like what is the best solution? It's like keep the trade open and then like let M3 open again, or create an alert system, or close the Hyperliquid position. So if the exposure discrepancy is, for example, taking longer than 5 minutes, like I don't want to make changes, right? Changes like impulsively. It's a good suggestion, right? It's definitely a good suggestion to do it. I'm just thinking like if there are any better better options, right? Rather than just closing a position. So I'm just thinking like option one would be if exposure discrepancy is longer than 5 minutes without any change, close the open position on Hyperliquid, set close the position on Hyperliquid, or not close, like close the open position Hyperliquid until until exposure is even again, right? Let's say even, and then disable the trading bot and send an alert, right? Like this is like alert to the user that something is wrong. I think like this is the first step like we can do. Number two is just leave the unhedged exposure open and just send an alert, right? This is like maybe like a easier first step, right? Like implementing, this is like half of, this is like the solution that's implementing this solution. And three would be, I'm thinking about the dangers, right? So you open something and then you close it. Like, isn't better to just send an alert because you already have a signal? So you just want to reopen it because the exposure difference is going to be small anyways, at least for me, maybe not for the user. The average user would have a relatively high exposure because they use small lots. All right, I think actually you're right. So I'm just gonna like think it through, right? I don't want to like make changes like immediately, but uh, I think you might be right. So viewer suggestion, and so uh, so I'll think it through. I think like we could potentially proceed with this suggestion. So yeah, thank you for mentioning that. Or like for example, the trading bot. Oh, I forgot. The trading bot checks if algo trading is enabled. Right? We can like do a quick check. I don't think it's like possible to check if it's enabled. Right? There is like no way to do it unless you just open a small trade. Uh, or like create like a checklist, like checklist for checklist plus user guide. I think like this mistake, what happens like quite often, right? It also happens to me. It happens to you. So also like not only having like a technical fix, but also having like a checklist or user guide to actually avoid the issue in the first place. So this is also like like a human error, but we can also have like a technical fix in case it goes wrong. So yeah, I'll think about these things and like I'll try to propose a solution for this issue. That was lucky and exit trading profit. Yeah, great, great. So at least a lucky mistake. Okay, so yeah, I was actually also lucky. So my JP225 position was unhedged, and it seems that I mean the P&L is not that large, right? It's just like $2, so not much going on here. Okay, so be right back, guys. I'll take another toilet break. and be right back soon. All right, so I'm back. So yeah, so what did we want to do? All right, so we had this suggestion, about MT5 being disabled. So yeah, I'll think it through, and yeah, let's continue with the Discord alert system. So so right now we're trading, everything's fine. Let's check our trades. Everything's fine. So yeah, we wanted to create this Discord alert bot, and so we're implementing that. And so hopefully, like, okay, so we might need to. I need to get promoted, guys, on Discord. Like I have a main user, right? But I'm using this account for streaming, right? So I don't have my private gaming channels. Yeah, sometimes I play games, so I didn't want to mix work and personal Discord. So I'm using this account now to do live streams and do work stuff. And I need to get promoted, right? So I want to get promoted. So I'm just gonna text uh, my my partner to give me a promotion. Hey, give me a promotion. Moderator promotion. Okay. Ah, hello, Christoph. Welcome on the live stream. So what is the least I can start with to get everything working on MT5 with connected to the system? Yeah, I think like the minimum is like $200, $300, right? So you would need to put half of it on Hyperliquid and half of it on MT5, right? So here you would need to fund this account with a crypto wallet, right? So with USDC, and then send the rest to MT5. And like I have a guide on my website, right? So if you're interested in how to set it up, right? It's also like the link below in the descriptions. So here are the exact steps, how to set it up. And of course, you will need the, research membership to download the trading bot later. But yeah, so like to answer, you will need a Hyperliquid account, right? An MT5 account, and probably a virtual private server if you want to deploy it 24/7. And then yeah, like, download the trading bot and like we'll help you with that. So like right now, I'm also like in the community. Oh God, we have so many members. I need to approve them. Yeah, I'll do it after stream. So sorry guys for waiting if you're waiting to get approved. But I'm also starting, to have some community moderators or managers. So there will be people who will help you, for example, with setting up the trading bot, answer like trading questions, and so on. So I'm like trying to also like rework my Discord community a bit, so you guys have like an easier time to get started like into trading, or if you have any questions. So there will be people who will actually like help you, get everything started. Because as you can see, like work is like quite piling up on my end, and like yeah, so now there will be also people who will help you out when I'm not available. Uh, so yeah, Discord alert bot. Let's proceed. Okay, so okay, so now let me restart the dashboard. I think it is now ready. Let me check on the server. Oh, nice. We're short 40 S&Ps, right? This is really good. Let me check the margin on my accounts. So here, yeah, we still have lots of margin, so we can like still try to trade. Um, so very nice. 40 S&Ps. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot. That's really good. And yeah, it seems like we're getting like very active now, which of course is amazing, right? So uh, like at the start stream, we didn't have that many trades. Now the trading bot is very active. Let's just filter by S&P now. And so on this dashboard, yeah, our entry price is 3.3. Like we got a bit slipped, right? So I tried to exit at 4, but our entry price is 3.3, which is sort of like 60-cent slip, which is not bad because our exit price is still at 1. So we have like still 2.3. So if we still get slipped, right, we can still like make lots of money on this. Like now my like net asset value, right, implied with unrealized P&L is like 10,180 or 200. So maybe we're looking at like, you know, like, we'll see. We're looking at profits, that's for sure. Yeah, we want to look at the dashboard now. So here I created, so today it's great, like we create the settings, right? Now we create the alerts. And here in alerts, what you can do is we can set up our Discord alert system. Oh, thank you, sir. So yeah, so I texted my partner, right? And so here we can see like the alert systems. Like I have like 3 trading bots like running right now, right? So I have one large private one, and like the testing account, right? And then this new one. So yeah, so here we have our alert systems, right? That come every 15 minutes, and they're like standalone scripts, which are like really good. And so what we can do now is we can like add in like this web URL hook, right? So here, oh no, I just leaked. It's fine. I just leaked my Discord URL. I can change it later, right? So you guys don't spam me here. But let me like show an example how it's going to work, right? So here's the interval, right? Here's the interval, and so every 15 minutes we're going to receive an alert from this dashboard on our Discord server, and let's test it out. So what I'm going to do now is like I'm going to like delete this first, right? I'm gonna save it, and so like let's disable this. Okay, so it's disabled, and so like when you create a Discord webhook URL, right? Here I have like my own private alert system on the server. Like you guys can't see it, but here if I like look at like the integrations, right? And you have webhooks. Here you can have like a alert bot, right? Which has like its own webhook URL. And if you then copy this URL into this app here, right? And I save it, right? I like enable the alerts, I save it. So now every 15 minutes while this dashboard is running, right? So we need this dashboard to be running. I can like try to test it, right? We can like try to click on test and try to send an alert. So here, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to split the screens and I'm going to like send a test, right? It's sending a test, and like this here just appeared, right? So this is like my account. Let me send the test again. See, so it sent like a test alert. Like we can also work on these messages, right? We can like add new things, but for now the technology works. And what I have to check also is that okay, let me close this. I don't need these things anymore. What I need to check also, the alert system works even if I'm on a different app, right? So I wonder like, is the DCC loading component like inside this app, or for example, if I can go to live dashboard and then and then yeah, I wonder if it still works like from this application. Hi, thank you for info joining. It's amazing. Yeah, thank you for joining. That's great. So yeah, you can just go through his article. If you need any help, you know, just let me know on Discord, and I will have some people, you know, help you out with setting it up if you need any assistance. Of course, like it will be good like if you try to understand the code and like read the guide so you know how to, you know, set up yourself. But I'm always like ready to, you know, assist you on the server, or like any of, you know, anyone on Discord who can like help you assist with that. And yeah, I'll approve the memberships, you know, after stream, so then you'll have access, you know, to all the channels that you need. Okay, beautiful. So our alert bot on Discord is done. Guys, can you maybe let me know like what do you guys use? Like I assume you use Telegram, right? Of course, use Discord. What other like notification apps like exist besides Discord, Telegram, right? I could make like a system where you can like choose between Discord, Telegram, and multiple things, right? So we can also add that. Because while I'm already developing Discord, right, adding Telegram shouldn't be like that difficult probably. Um, uh, so here's the URL, right? Here's the URL. I think I'm going to like hide it, right? For like security reasons. Like sometimes you don't want people to see what the URL looks like. Like they could see it from JSON, from the config.json, but I'm going to hide it. And plus this test button is like not bright enough, so I'm gonna increase the brightness of this test button, right? So in the alert system, can you by default hide and like what I have to do now is like later after stream is done, I will like change this, right? Because you guys could spam me in theory. So I'm just gonna remove this webhook and yeah. So just, right now you can prank me and send me a message if you want to. In the alert system, can you by default hide the Discord URL and add show hide icon also the test button is not quite visible. Can you make the button wider? Right, so here I'm just adding some minor like improvements for this app where I don't want to show this entire thing, so I will want to hide and show, and then this test button should be a bit wider. And here we have the status, right? So here we have like the so it shows the probably the last what is it update on the Discord request. So yeah, this is our alert system. WhatsApp, okay. So I'll check the WhatsApp API. I don't know how that works, but yeah, we can add Telegram, WhatsApp, Discord, and then all these three alert system will then be available in this dashboard. I mean, you don't have to overdo it, right? Again, like trading is the most important thing we want to do. But I think the monitoring part is also very important, right? You're outside, you have dinner, you're in the gym, and sometimes you're not able to monitor your trades the entire time. So this is like a great way to at least ensure that you have some monitoring besides just, having access to this dashboard. Okay, cooked for 51 seconds. Beautiful. So let's restart the dashboard, run it again, and let's see if, so yeah, it works. So here you can see that we have hide and show, right? So we can just hide and show. So I'm not leaking it anymore. The hide and show button is also like quite not visible, right? So I'm also going to provide the same things here. The hide and show button is also not that visible. Please make it wider, right? So here we're adding adding the request to make it wider so we can like see better, and that's great. So now we've implemented an alert system into our dashboard and you can try it yourself. So if you guys, for example, create your own server, right? You probably have like your own trading server. So we can just create your own server, like create my own, like for me and my friends, right? And let's create like two server, like my name's two. And here, when you want to create like a alert system on your own server, so what you do is you just for example add a text channel, right? And you can, for example, call this text channel alerts. And here in alerts, you just go to edit channel, right? And then you go to integrations, you create a webhook, right? You call it alert bot, and then for example you copy the webhook URL, right? So this is the URL that you're using to uh, send the alerts to. And so if I want to change the server, right, or like change the place where I want to send the alert, so now I've used the new alert system, right? And here I can again save, and now I can like click on test. And so in this new alert channel, we've sent a new message. So it's like very simple to have like your own trading server, and you can maintain or like monitor all your results from your own Discord server. Of course, there's like a lot of overhead of creating your own server and stuff like that, but Discord is actually pretty like yeah, pretty good with it. Another option is like we send it to Telegram or like whatever, WhatsApp. But for now, like I think this solution should be like pretty good for you. Um, so yeah, so try it out. Let me know, and hopefully, you know, uh, you like it feature. And again, like if you have any issues, just let me know. We'll try to like improve it. So yeah, so we're getting quite far. So here we have our like Discord alert system. So let me just say assume that it's done. And like yeah, time's flying so fast, guys. Like we've just done the IT part. Like today probably I will not have time to go into research and backtesting, but we can like continue on Monday, and like after this is done, let's proceed with more trading related or like research oriented tasks, right? So every day we just do something a little bit different, and like try to improve like every aspect of this project little by little. And so today let's just like implement the trading bot system, right? So we will try to um, uh, add like a system monitoring, right? So what we can do is I'm thinking now, like how do we do this? Um, well, first let's restart the dashboard. We have a small change in the icon here, right? So here we're going to whoops. All right. So let's just restart it, and as you can see, like now this icon, uh, yeah, is a bit wider. There's like a pixel it's fine, it's fine. That's just my OCD with alignments of buttons. But yeah, this is fine. We're good. So last task of the day. So let's create like the trading bot system monitoring, right? I think what we should do is like in the Discord alert bot, we should add also and in the dashboard, like in the dashboard and stuff like that, we want to check all the where is it? The bot state.json, right? So here the bot state.json is saved inside like the strategy folder, right? So now I'm thinking how we do it. Because the JSON bot is actually saved in every like folder of each individual strategy. So the dashboard will have to access all the bot states, right? And then create like monitoring based on the data inside that folder. Right, so this is what I'm thinking. And we can experiment with it with the JP225, which is running right now, right? So right now we have JP225 and it is running. So here we have the strategy settings, right? And so but actually it's running in v0. So here, let me disable this string bot and deploy it here so we can like access it from this folder. And in JP225 we have bot state.json, and then yeah, our string bot will access it. Like probably I should create something like a database at this point, I feel like, right? Because here we're working with folders and subfolders, right? What I probably should do is I should create, because I'm trying to build it properly, right? I'm not trying to like just, you know, uh, uh, yeah, do it fast and like work folders. I want like the things to be like compatible. When you change a folder structure, it might crash. So I was thinking like maybe it's time to like consider like a SQLite database, or maybe just create like a JSON file in the parent folder, right? Something like that. So, but database makes more sense because then you don't have to worry about yeah, the file location, right? Or or something like that. Or in theory, like we could do something like yeah, we set the root folder, which is like this one. And that root folder will have like reports or logs, right? And then using those logs, we can then access data. Because on the other hand, like an SQLite database requires like SQL, right? And if you guys like, it's a very simple app. Like it's easier to maybe just use a normal JSON file that we're going to save. And yeah, let's keep it light, but let's not like use SQLite. Let's keep it simple. Let's use JSON. Okay. So you guys are like right now just like think about the architecture, how to implement like all these technologies, and like if you work like for a big company, for a corporate, and you have all these like various things that uh, yeah, you can do it properly, right? You could use like yeah, Postgre or MySQL, uh, but I don't think it's necessary for this project. It's not necessary. Maybe in the future, like when we have like a multi-account dashboard and things like that, I will then add a MySQL. But because we just want to run the train bot locally, I will use let's call it logs, right? So here, uh, like in reporting, yeah, we can also use SQLite 3. But I still feel like right now, if you look at my train bots, right, it's just about specifying the location where we're saving the state, right? So here, let me show you. So here right now, my training bot on JP225 is running. And in order to monitor the state of the training bot, like we have this bot state.json. And in theory, I could save it in SQLite or MongoDB or Redis or whatever, right? I can save it in anything. But I have the JSON file already, so I feel like all we have to do is just save these states into a file. So maybe I would just have to, in strategy settings, provide like the path to this folder. And by providing the path, I can then yeah, use the files to read from that. Because with SQLite, I would have to write a SQL query, right? I would have to, you know, save the data inside a database. And in SQLite, it's like a table format, right? So you have to like also define the structure of the table. And instead of like having to define exact structure of table, I already have this like unstructured JSON file that I can just save like a JSON. So if anything, I would either like keep it like this as a JSON, or use MongoDB, which uses JSON-like format, right? MongoDB uh, is basically a database with JSON files, basically. Uh, so let's use that. So what we're going to do is like we have training bots, sorry, strategies. So here in strategies, when we deploy the training bots, so we have a strategy folder, and all these training bots have bot.json inside them. So our reporting dashboard needs to access from the root folder, strategies, individual folder, and then read bot.json. So let's do that. So let me stop this training bot. Okay, I'm stopping this trading bot. I made some changes here, so let me just copy the strategy settings here. We're trading JP225, and I'm going to add this here basically. So here I added change the strategy settings. Let me cancel this, and here I'm going to run MT5 hedger. And I'm also going to run trainbot.py. And yeah, so what I did here was like a lot of overthinking, right? But at least like we were discussing like different architectures, right? Because the question, use MySQL, SQLite, or just a JSON file or just a text file, right? There are so many solutions, and like you could let Claude decide for you, but I think it's like a nice little like it's actually fun to design, to explain it. It's fun to think about it, how it should be done, and this is like part of like engineering as a developer. So even AI can't help you with it can like propose a solution for you, but I think having the ability to like design the solution yourself is like part of the fun. So so in a folder strategies symbol, I want the trading bot .py and mt5 hedger.py to output a JSON file with the current state. I want to then use that data, just file with the current states. I want to use the data to monitor the scripts inside in my dashboard to create a monitoring that the scripts are running and that and to view their current state, right? Can you create a new page in dashboard.py and call the page let's call it system monitoring or something. Yeah, let's call it system monitoring yeah, where all and display the bot states. If any script has a 5-min delay, label that script as inactive or something like that. Okay, let's try to prompt like this, and then we can like review the results once it's done. So basically, we're just trying to save all the states of each training bot. So when we run it, we then like go through it, and yeah, and we'll just gonna monitor all of that from this dashboard. And then the last step would also be to provide an update like in the Discord alert, right? So we want to also see like which string strategies are currently active, and we'll add this report also in our Discord monitoring. And I see like after 15 minutes also like we see that we got another report. So while dashboard was running, we also got an automated report that's coming every 15 minutes. Okay, let's see if we got some new trades or something. Oh wow, yeah, we're plus 65. So let's see what happened. So I guess we exited S&P 500 again. This is pretty cool. Like we're still exiting. So disregard that these are just, some slight discrepancies because right now we're closing positions. So the real P&L will update very soon. But yeah, so we're plus 51 now, which is interesting. I thought we were plus 64, but maybe it was because of this like small discrepancy. So yeah, we're now exiting our position, or maybe we got slipped. It could also be. Wow. Again, I see this big spike down. Let's have a look at the market. Uh, so yeah, again, like we're having like big market moves, which probably is causing, our strategy to enter and exit. So today, so far, we are plus $51. Not bad. I mean, could be better probably, right? Because we're on a 100K account, but I'm not complaining still. Like today, the markets are like more calm than usual. And that's why I need to push that's why we need to push on the backtesting part and the screener, to find more profitable opportunities. But yeah, great. We've made a lot of changes on the dashboard today, so I'm like very happy. And today, like I have a new trading bot version, so hopefully we won't have any crashes anymore. But yeah, so once the crashes stop, I will then create like a unified script that can handle both of these. And if they, for example, crash, I can then just restart them basically, right? So if I can like put in a try except block and just restart them if anything happens. But of course, you want to catch any type of errors because unhandled errors over time, can cause some issues. And if you just try accept everything, then it's better to handle the error correctly than, just ignore it and keep going. So that's what I'm trying to say. Um, so yeah, today's live stream is going pretty well. So today, yeah, just dashboards, but then we can go to backtesting and we'll see. So it seems like we're flat. We exit our position. So in total, we're plus 50 for today. I mean, profit is profit. Could be more, but yeah, so these are trades. So our average buys are here, our sells are here, which is like kind of crazy, right? Because here we don't see the spike, but price like probably spiked up here for a very short period. So we call the trade. And these are like all the trades that we placed today on S&P 500. Very nice. Right, so this task is a bit more more extensive, so we'll just wait until Claude is done. Yes, so we have a question. Do you switch your bot of your bot for the night? No, my bot is running like all the time, even during the night. So I go to bed, the bot is trading, and sometimes you wake up and you see a few $100 in profit already, which is like nice to see, right? So like I've been testing overnight, and as I said, like sometimes it crashes, but even if it crashes, like I still have a hedge exposure. So as long as I don't risk liquidation on any of my account, I'm usually safe. And like if you trade overnight, then my best advice would be like to use low leverage, right? Use low leverage. Do not risk any liquidation overnight, and and that's basically it. Or if you have friends in Asia, right? So I'm based in Europe and I have friends in Asia, so I can just ask my friends, hey, just check my dashboard trading bots like once per hour, right? And if everything's okay, then everything's okay. And if something's wrong, just call me, right? Call me if anything's wrong, and we can uh, try to solve the issues. Like, of course, right? You want the trading bot to trade as much as possible, which means overnight trading, assuming that there are no issues with this strategy or trading bot should make you money overnight, right? Like sometimes you have this anxiety. Like, do you guys have this anxiety when you have an open trade, and then what happens is that, I can't sleep. I'm just staring at my phone, and then you wake up at 3 a.m. and you're like, ugh, okay, the trade's still going. So some traders have like this anxiety during the night where they can't sleep because they have uh, trade open. And so if you're one of those people, then I suggest just maybe open low position size overnight, or just, close it. Good sleep is always better than uh, being nervous overnight. But then it's like you'll get used to it, right? So if you know that the trading bot has been running like every day without any issues, right? And like it's making like good profits, then you'll just get used to it over time. It's a bit different for manual trading, because as a manual trader, you want to like interact with your trade at night. Like, oh, if I stare at the phone at 3 a.m., the trade will like end up better, right? Of course, that's not true. All you're doing is like staring at the phone at 3 a.m. And like nothing will happen. It's just like you can't take your eyes off of it. And like I've had this issue, and the only time I had bad sleep, right? The only time I had bad sleep was not because it was open, but because I was heavily over leveraging. Because I knew, like, in the back of my mind that there's maybe like a 5 or 10% chance, maybe 20%, that I will get liquidated. And by knowing that I will get liquidated, that holding overnight um, might not be a good idea, right? And so this is basically my greed telling me, yeah, it's fine. It's free money. The more you risk, the more you make. And then like there are days where I only had like four hours of sleep because I woke up very early. Like I couldn't sleep, so I just woke up early and then went straight to work. Closing positions using limit orders can be a solution to avoid slippage. Uh, yeah, so I'm providing limit orders on Hyperliquid, right? So here I already, provide limit orders which guarantee the price. The main risk is like on the MT5 side, right? Because you don't want to have open exposure on one exchange, so you want to hedge very fast, and that's why we're using market orders. And so if you use limit orders MT5, you run the risk of having an unhedged position that the price will go against you and the limit order will trail, and then you don't catch a good price anymore. So on MT5, I recommend like using a market order. Even though you might get slipped, you at least guarantee that you won't have unhedged exposure for extended periods of time. Okay, so here what I did is now we're writing bot state.json. So my dashboard is going into the strategy folder and is trying to read the state files, right? So here now running both of these scripts. So we're writing bot state.json, which is the trading bot, and maybe let's reload from disk. And the MT5 hedger should also output a file probably. So I'm not sure. Let's ask Claude. So does hedge bot or MT5 hedger now output a JSON file? What's the name of that file? Question mark. And so now also my dashboard. Okay, hedger state.json and bot state.json. So I will restart my dashboard now, and so I can now go to my live dashboard. We'll refresh that, and we have system monitoring, right? So there's a nice heart icon, system monitoring, and here you see that like this is active, right? So here we have the details, and so like if we click on it, maybe I would want to, see the actual details, so the actual output. But here's the last update. Here's active, no data, and yeah, this is yeah, like actually great. So. Uh, So now we can at least monitor, and like if any of those things are inactive, right, it means they probably crashed, and then we can try to, you know, do something about those. The thing is, like, the hedger on the left and right side, they're always coupled, right? So maybe I want to put trailing ball on the left side, MT5 on the right side, and like couple those basically. So let me think how to do it. So here's another comment. The good thing comes when you leave it for a day or two and return and the bot's still running. Yeah, that's a good thing. Like if you just let it go and detach from the trading, right? Just after your backtesting, you know, the bot just makes money. You don't worry about it. And you can actually just focus on, like I said, dashboard coding, backtest, and so on. So it's better like to learn to detach from your strategies. Uh, so yeah, let me now just think about how to, you know, maybe change the structure of this thing. So I think the good table structure is so I want the structure of system monitoring to look like this. Each strategy has just one line based on the symbol folder name. And the table should have the following columns. Oh no, columns. So here, let me just look at strategy. Trading bot status, hedge bot status. Yeah, trading bot last update, hedge bot last update, and then details. Yeah, details combined. Okay. By clicking on the row, I want then to display all the data that will be shown in another card window. All right, let me just try this prompt and we'll see how the trading bot will work with this. So yeah, this is going pretty well. The system monitoring. So at least like we'll finish working on finish this. So to some extent we like finish the heartbeat monitoring, and then I also want to implement this heartbeat monitoring into my Discord alert bot, right? So I want to also see that my trading bots are running in this card here, so I can also see like active, 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 active. And if some of them are inactive, then I want to display that too. And so maybe in the dashboard we can also specify like which ones should be active and which should be inactive, right? Uh, so we'll see. Okay, so we're getting like this is going to be like a big change. So when we click on the row, uh, we'll then see, yeah, many more things. Okay, so this is done. So let's have a look at the new changes. And yeah, let's see what we'll have here. So here we have the strategy, so JP225, active, uh, and that's fine. Uh, so I would sort based on active, right? So I would like uh, so we have trading bot, we have hedge bot. Uh, yeah, I think I'm going to remove the columns here, right? We can, for example, provide like last update within the status, for example, right? So we can just use the single column. So what I'm going to do is, can you remove the last update columns? Uh, uh, Instead, just provide the last update next to the active text. Uh, for example, active 5 seconds ago, uh, or no data. We can do it like in minutes, for example, 130 minutes ago. So we're removing the, yeah, we're just trying to make the dashboard look a bit nicer, because this takes like a lot of space, right? So we just put it into like a same column, and then we can click on details. So, and now if we click on the row here, you can see, so now I can see the actual output of trading bot. So this is more like for debugging or just ensuring like what the data is, right? And we can also use this data to just evaluate, you know, if the things are right. So here we can like apply some testing. And so here we have trading bot on the left side and hedge bot on the right side. So this is like pretty nice, right? And yeah, like this is pretty cool. So now I don't need to click on the individual bot state.json in each folder. I can access everything from the same dashboard, and like this is good for monitoring. So I really like this. Cool. So so let's proceed with this. And here you also see like the amount of profits for each trading bot today. So yeah, that's pretty nice. I'm also thinking like the strategies that are like not active, right? I can, for example, like hide them, right? I can hide strategies where I don't care. And if I get like some inactive, right, then we can create like a monitor they are not active, or we just display the active only. And if some of them are inactive, I know that the bot is not running. So we have a comment. Nice to see you again. Curious what scalp you're using and what daily gain. Is it more than 4%? Yeah, great. Welcome to the stream. Also, thank you for coming. Nice to have you here. And so, just to explain again, like, yeah, so for those of you who are like here again, new to the stream, or like don't know yet, like here you can check my like accounts P&L that I share publicly. And like if we click on this link, right, you will see like my main account where I have like $100K. This is my main account. I actually deposited the money yesterday, so this is a fresh new account, and so I don't have much data here on that account. But for the past 3 weeks, we were trading like on this small test account, right? So if you go on this small test account, we've deposited like $10,000, $11,000, and this account has been trading for like 3 weeks, right? So if we like check the performance since the start we start trading, or like we can like just uh, show this entire period, right? So here, this is the trading result of our trading strategy for the past like 2 or 3 weeks, and in total we made like $530, right? So we basically made like 5% in the last 2 or 3 weeks, which is like really good performance. So on some days we made 100, right, which is like almost like 1% per day. On other days we like 69, 76. And like in the beginning, right, we were still testing, so it was not running 24/7. So probably like over the past, let's say like 2 weeks, we had like proper run where the train was trading. So far, like really good performance. And so like yeah, yesterday I decided to deploy the strategy on like our main account. So now we're going to trade this 100K account, and I'm going to share the results with you publicly, which you also see in the statistics bar below in the live stream. So what you see down there is like my new fresh 100K account that I'm trading at the moment. Okay, let's continue with this one. And yeah, so the changes are implemented. So let's restart the dashboard again, and yeah, I would also like add, like when I hover here, you can't like read it that much, right? So this hover is like too bright. So it's a small change, but I'm going to also like add this thing. So when I hover over the dash table cell, the highlight is too bright, and it's not so good to read. Can you lower the brightness of the cell when highlighted, so the text is still readable? So here I'm just going to add this image here, and we're going to just quickly fix this highlight here. So you're just curious, what's your MT5 broker? How is spread compared to IC markets? So actually I'm using IC trading, right? So their conditions are like the same like IC markets. I assume that it's either like a white label or their offshore company, right? But the conditions are the same as with IC markets. And there's also IC trading because offshore they have higher leverage, and I can deposit with crypto because on Hyperliquid, right? On Hyperliquid, uh, yeah, we're trading with USDC. So here, crypto withdrawals and deposits are like very useful for this type of trading. Okay, so we've added, the fix to the highlights, and so let's see if that works. Okay, again, so let's refresh our dashboard. And cool. So yeah, the highlight looks slightly better, I would say. Not too much. Maybe should I restart again? Uh, I mean, it's fine. Let's not overthink it, right? But it's slightly better, but still not so great. Or actually, I need to restart. Oh, this is fine. Beautiful. So we don't get any of the pink. So this is actually better. Nice. So here we have states. The next thing I would do is like maybe, hmm, yeah, I guess this is fine. Like I want to like sort by active, right? So instead of like showing all the folders, I would just sort by active. So here I would just say, for example, uh, can you sort the table displaying uh, active strategies on top? Yeah, so we're going to display all the active strategies on top, and that's the last change for this thing. Any coupon code for today's discount? Unfortunately, no, I don't have any coupon codes. But maybe I should like try to do some coupons or live streams. But nah, I would feel bad, because I already have members, and then I would have some people who pay less and some people pay more. I think it's fair if everyone just pays the same amount, and people like stop arguing about, if it's slightly cheaper or more expensive. So I think it's like fair for every member. Um, and like I do appreciate your support, but it's probably easier, to not like discuss like discounts, right? If anything, I should reward like members who've been with me for long, right? If you've been like a member for 6 months or 12 months, I would consider maybe to give you like a loyalty discount. I think that is something that I would do to actually reward loyal members because they always like give the feedback. They've been with me for a long time and like they've been with me since the beginning. So more like loyalty programs sounds more interesting. But I'll think about it, right? Right now we're just starting. Uh, so yeah, that'll be something that I can consider in the future. Or yeah, like purely business wise, like let's think about like as a business because we're trading is also business. A coupon probably would have a sense. For example, if you like, let's say provide like a one-time discount in the first month, right? Let's say like, oh, guys, if you want to sign up now, you can use a coupon that's valid only today, and you can use this coupon to get like a 50% discount first month. Uh, like yeah, that could work, but I would rather focus on building a product than optimizing revenues with coupons and stuff like that. I think if I just provide a nice product and people like it and enjoy it, I think that's all that matters, right? Just provide a good service, good product, and I don't have to overthink coupons because you know that's what marketing and salespeople do all day, right? They just think, oh, what should the price be, and so on. Like, I would rather just focus on trading and coding. This is like again not my specialty. Cool. So here I wanted to sort this table. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Uh, okay, I restart trading bot accidentally. It's fine. Um, so here, restart the dashboard and beautiful. So here we have sorted by active. So all strategies that are active are up here, and we're just using the strategy folder here. So we see all the necessary things here. So if I want to check the current maxi loss and stuff like that, I can just review it. But this is just for like maybe debugging or investigating what's going on, right? So this like saves a current snapshot. So maybe if the bot crashes or you wonder why it didn't open, like here we can then see all the things. And here we see that like, yeah, our system monitoring is done. And so what I'm going to do is like in the Discord alert bot, I want to also Discord bot to provide the current active strategy, right? If the strategy is running inactive. So when I'm somewhere, having lunch, I can then, for example, say, oh no, my bot crashed. it's no longer active, and yeah, so I can like try to do that. So here another thing that I'm going to do is I want the Discord alert bot alert system in the alert page to also provide the list of current active and inactive strategies, so I can check if they are running or not. Can you add that, please? Right, so we're going to add this into our Discord monitoring here, and we'll also have a list of active strategies that are running. So we click on here, and that's great. Hello, you here. So we have a comment. Doesn't arbitrage trading cost save the broker money if they are counterparty to your trades? Do they block your accounts, increase fee spreads? Well, it's like there are like two ways you can arbitrage. Like you can arbitrage your CFD broker, right? Through latency arbitrage or any type of arbitrage, and they would lose money. But in this case, our edge is on Hyperliquid side, because what we're doing is we're looking for mispricing on Hyperliquid side. So on Hyperliquid, we have the edge because sometimes price is low, like lower than the real price or too high. And so the edge is like strictly on the Hyperliquid side. So I'm not worried that the CFD broker, will do anything to, do something bad, right? So there are like bad types of arbitrages where definitely your broker is losing money. In this case, we are like applying arbitrage on Hyperliquid. We're actually just adding liquidity. So we're getting paid for adding liquidity at favorable prices. And we're just using MT5 as a hedge to create a delta neutral strategy, right? So no worries. Like, at least I think like so far the broker hasn't contacted me yet, and like everything has been going like fine for now. So I'm not like worried. But it's a great question. Like a lot of people will be concerned, like, oh, arbitrage is bad, right? But this is an exchange trade product. So an exchange trade means that the exchange or broker is not the counterparty. It's the traders on this exchange. So other traders basically are willing to buy and sell this price, and as a result, the exchange or broker doesn't care, right? Because it's strictly the market participants here who trade at that price. Okay, so let's continue with the Discord alert system. And so yeah, so the changes are done, and so we're adding the active and inactive account. So here, let's restart the dashboard again. So all these states that we have here, here, so we restart this. So all these states we can also now send through our alert system, right? So here we have our Discord bot where we add our webhook URL, right? And then we can send an alert to our Discord server. So now if I press test, right? I'm going to send a new test. Hopefully the new message on Discord should also show my current active strategy. So here you can see that like JP225 is active, right? So I think no data is like a bit like it adds text, but I would maybe use like a dash sign, right? So then I can like differentiate between active and a dash sign. So I'm going to write like in the Discord alert system, instead of no data, can you just write like a dash, right? So like nothing, and I think that should help. Can you explain how the arbitrage works for this exchange? Yes, of course. So just very quickly, like here we're trading Hyperliquid, right? This is an exchange, uh, a decentralized crypto exchange, and we're comparing the pricing on this exchange with MetaTrader 5, which is a CFD provider. And so if you look, for example, in my dashboard here, we have our historical spread. So here, this is an example on SP 500. You see like the historical prices between the US indices, right? They are look sort of the same, but like intraday, like we see these discrepancies, right? Where we have like these big like deviations from the real market price. And so if, for example, here the price is low, like minus 13, it means Hyperliquid is underpriced compared to MT5. So you can buy Hyperliquid and sell MT5 and then like close the both position profit when the spread is like let's say 0. Or here, for example, when Hyperliquid is overpriced, so it's more expensive than MT5, you can sell on Hyperliquid, buy in MT5, wait for a spread to narrow, and then you can close both positions again in a profit. And so if you're interested in like exact strategy works, I also have like an article on my website. So here you can you know like read more in detail about it, and also there's like a setup guide how you can like install the trading bot yourself. Of course, this trading bot is just for like subscribed members, but you will learn about the strategy on like in this article here that I just posted. Let's continue with this. And yeah, we have another question. Nice, thanks. Will it be more plus EV to not hedge with the CFD broker? Well, in theory, if it's a plus EV, then yeah, probably yes, right? In the long term, you should be able to make money, but the price swings are like really huge, right? So like, let me show an example on like, let's say just my MT5 account, right? So here we're trading on our 10K account. Sometimes the price swings are like very, very big. So here, for example, you see on JP225, we're minus 986, right? Or minus 136, minus 122, plus 172. So maybe in the long term, yes, but the volatility would be too high. So it would actually be more efficient to hedge the position, give some of the give some of the edge away, but then because your like portfolio has like this type of return, right? If you look at the historical returns of my trading strategy, right? Let's filter by, whoops, until June. No. Right? Because we have only profits. What can you do, right? You can use higher leverage, right? You can like really push the leverage to a much higher level because the volatility of portfolio is so low. So because you make consistent profits, you can afford to leverage more. Like if, for example, you speculate only unhedged on one side, which could be doable, you risk of like having large drawdowns. And like, for example, when I trade crude oil, I trade crude oil like in March. If you remember my Hyperliquid video where I made like 7K in a week, right? So what happened there is that during crude oil, when it rose from 80 to like let's say 120, my floating loss was like minus 50 or $60,000 on one side, right? So on Hyperliquid, I was in profit, but on MT5, I was like floating minus 50 or 60K US dollars. So yeah, the variance is too high to justify unhedged in this case. Maybe if you like diversify into small positions, right, and create like a strategy that tries to minimize exposure while maximizing gains, then it could work. But me personally, I prefer the delta neutral strategy where I have my peace of mind that I'm definitely gonna make a profit. And would this work with semi futures? Yeah, last year I traded like GC futures on gold against gold CFDs. It had very good returns, but like this year it wasn't performing very well, so I migrated like to Hyperliquid. But if, for example, in the future, the futures perform well again, then obviously I will then migrate back to Interactive Brokers and trade on the CME. But it just depends on the current market condition and the profitability that I have at the moment. Okay, so let's check. Let's restart my new dashboard. Seems like it's done. So yeah, so let's now run this. We check again our alert system. So now we click test, and now my Discord bot, see, so here we have active, and this is inactive. So now we know that everything's running and everything is fine. And in theory, what I could also add is like the individual P&L, which would be great, because if you look at my dashboard here, right, we see the total net per strategy, so we know how much money we've made, like individual for a strategy. So I would actually also add that, right? So let me also add in the Discord alert, can you also add the today's P&L next to each individual strategy? And so we have another question. Hey, how do you handle all the trading fees? So like when you test a strategy, you also always want to include the trading fees in the backtest already. So all my backtest and analysis are already included like in the backtest basically. So for example, if we look at like SP 500, right? So this is a strategy that we're trading like at the moment. So we have SP 500 USDC. And so what we have here is basically yeah, so here are the trading fees. So right now, if you wanted to arbitrage SP 500, right? So this is like just a quick calculation. So right now the commission is 0.003%. So the current market price is 7,400 times 0.003. So it's percent, so 0.003. So it's 22 cents. And because you pay the commission twice for entry and exit, you multiply this by 2. And as a result, the commission on Hyperliquid would be 44 cents. And so if you look at the spread on MT5, so on MT5, you pay a spread of 30, right? This is the spread fee that you have on MT5. So you add plus 0.3. So in terms of arbitrage, how much spread do you have to make this hedge profitable, right? You would need to make at least 74 cents, assuming there's no slippage. So if we like add slippages, and want to make sure that we don't break even, but actually make money, so it would be safe to let's say target at least $2 in the spread. And so like in this chart, like when we look at the historical spread, right, on SP 500, so we can design a strategy that captures at least $2, right? So here, for example, if the spread is, let's say, above 5 or 4, you can sell, and then you can exit at 1. And as a result, you make $3 on the spread, right? Minus commission or slippages, you might make like $1.5 net, but you need to, let's say, at least target $3 to make this arbitrage like viable. So this is, how I handle trading fees. You just compute it in advance and backtest using the commission that you already have provided by the exchange, right? So let's check the things here. And so this is how you handle it. So here you see that today we make $12 minus 3.5. And so I'm gonna restart dashboard again. And now our Discord bot is like sort of like in a nice state, I would say. It's pretty good. Like I could also add more like margin utilization and so on, but yeah, I'll add more information on that. So yeah, so again, let's go to alerts. Like we'll add more in the future, right? I don't want to overdo the dashboard monitoring because our trading bot is still going to change over time quite a lot. But I think this is like a good initial version. So yeah, so here we send the test, and we see that here on JP225 we made $8.42 on our testing account. So here it's active, everything's fine. I think we can yeah, continue like this. And so the thing I'm going to do probably is I'm going to make like an alert channel for every industry strategy I have. So when I check, for example, this one, so I can call it like ATJ research testing account, or just call it testing account, right? So I'm going to call this channel testing account, and then I can also create like another channel for my main account, right? So I can like create a main account, and then on my new server, I will then you know, I will then yeah, like send the alerts to this. So like instead of me going to the like community reporting channel that I have right here, right? I think it's better if I just create my own like monitoring server and like separate from community. So you guys, when you create your own monitoring, just create your own like personal server, and then you add all these things here, right? So this is how you would yeah, create your own monitoring system using Discord, integrate with this dashboard, and like now we have all the strategies listed here. So beautiful. No, just in case, I'm just gonna commit, and here I'm going to just say, dashboard upgrades plus alert system. So today we made like a lot of great work with dashboard alerts, and so yeah, so right, it's getting late, but I still have some time to do something. Oh, especially like today there are 70 some viewers, so I feel like wow, we should push it because I've never had that many viewers before. I think once, maybe 2 weeks ago, but we are really like having quite a lot of viewers here. So yeah, hello, welcome everyone on the stream, and thanks for joining. And yeah, we're hitting records. So yeah, so we basically like added the heartbeat monitoring because yeah, we and so we'll do like this task later, unify hedge bot and trading bot. So like, good job guys. So here we finish these things today. So let's just quickly recap, for everyone who's like new here. So today, some of you guys suggested that we should like do like list our like tasks, for today's live stream, so everyone knows, what we're going to do today. And so today I just wrote down, the list I want to do today. So I want to set like a so today I set a new user on my PC, so I had to set up PyCharm and Claude. So this was done. We had a bug where the bot crashed, and my Discord, people on Discord, provide me some information. So I tried to apply a fix today, which is being tested. And like, I think in theory, I can try to upload a new version because I think this should basically be done. Like nothing like special here is happening. And if something like crashed again, then probably you could just let me know and I would then review it. So we've done time zone adjustments in the dashboard. So here in settings, like you can set your preferred time zone to compute the realized P&L based on where you live. So I live in Prague, so I want to display my profits based in Prague time. So it's like midnight Prague is a time like we use a profits. And here we have the broker offset, right? This is just the time zone difference between MT5 and Hyperliquid. And in this case, it's 3. So usually it's 3. So don't touch that if you don't know, but set it to 3. Sometimes it's 2, depends on the broker time. And here we have the list of symbols that we're using to, yeah, to display the data in our dashboard. So this is what we did like with the dashboard upgrades. So then we applied the time zone settings into a real-time dashboard, P&L history and spread history. So all the data should reflect that time zone. And we also like implemented the symbol settings, right? So for example, if we want to add a new symbol into our monitoring, we can just add a new pair and edit that value here. So we don't need to use our strategy settings anymore, right? So before we had to manually edit, not the strategy settings. I will do it like next week, but for a dashboard, where's the dashboard? Here's the dashboard. Right? There's dashboard settings, right? Before we had to write down the settings in a Python file manually. Now we can just edit the things from this dashboard UI, right? So it does help a lot. We finished Discord alert system. The Telegram is not done yet, right? But let's skip Telegram for now. Discord is done. and we have this trading bot system monitoring that we did today. So this is just a quick recap what we did. We also added like a monitoring for these things. So yeah, I'm very happy with like today's results and like work on the dashboard. And so now what can we like do now, right? So uh, now I feel like maybe we can like focus uh, back again like on maybe trying some like strategies. The thing it's Friday, right? So the thing it's Friday, and maybe what might be interesting is that like you guys mentioned that uh, like does this string bot trade over weekend, right? And the answer is no, because I'm trading RWAs, real world assets, and so to maximize capital efficiency on my account, I should trade during the weekend. Makes sense, right? Saturday, Sunday, I should trade, and so maybe we can try to analyze if we can like make money on Bitcoin. Like I think Bitcoin might not be too profitable because the spread is quite tight, and we can have a look at it. But I think we have a chance to make money in most cases. So maybe looking at Bitcoin might be like the next step, right? So instead of like trying to find better strategies, we should trade during times where we don't trade at all. And that's one way to maximize our return by utilizing our capital 24/7. So here, if we go to BTC, right, we have BTC USDC, and we also have BTC USDE, right, from Hyena. Here, the liquidity is very low. So in theory, the pricing might be more inefficient because there's lower liquidity. Or we can try the large Bitcoin, right? And we can try to, try to trade when, where is it? This large one. We can like try to trade this one also. And right. So we can like look at the spread of Bitcoin and try to design a Bitcoin strategy. And hello guys, like yeah, hello frequent trader and EQFi. Welcome to the stream. And Repsil, right, is asking what's going on. I just got here, so I'm willing to give a quick rundown. Uh, like I gave a rundown of the things we did today, maybe like 3 minutes ago. So if you came like after I explained it, maybe zoom back 3 or 5 minutes back, and here, I explained everything we've done today. And now I'm going to continue with yeah some trading strategies, right? So let's have a look at Bitcoin. This is going to be very interesting. Um, so here I'm going to add BTC USDC. Uh, so here in system, like in settings, I would probably have to add a symbol. So here I would add the label BTC USD. First, I would probably like fix like the text is not readable in the highlighted cell. Can you update the color so it's readable in the settings page of the dashboard? So here I just provide again the screenshot so Claude can try to deal with this. And here we're going to analyze the new symbol BTC USD. And also in the meantime, like what we can also do is like just run a simple analysis here in our backtest, right? So here we can, for example, look at I think it's BTC USDC, and here it's BTC USD. Hopefully that works. Hello Nathan, good morning, welcome to the stream. what is the exchange I need to use to work this out? So we're trading Hyperliquid, right? So a decentralized exchange, Hyperliquid, against MT5. Well, the thing is, like, I see US Aviation TV, so probably you're from the US, right? So uh, I feel like Hyperliquid is not available in the US, and CFDs in the US are also forbidden. So might actually be quite difficult to trade this as a US client. Uh, Maybe like if you like open a company like offshore outside the US, maybe you could like try to trade this thing. So yeah, I'm not sure, but actually MT5 is available for US clients, but it requires a broker with a certain regulation, right? So I think Oanda has a US license probably, or like let's ask Claude, right? Because you know sometimes it's quite difficult, you know, in terms of regulation. Uh, Can you trade on Hyperliquid as a US client? Uh, can you also trade on MT5 as a US client? Right, so these are the questions that I'm like going to answer. Oh, you're from Brazil, so amazing. No worries. I just, you know, assumed that, you know, your user was US. So, but I'm still gonna ask this question because it's like interesting to know. Uh, you know, because some countries have actual restrictions on Hyperliquid MT5. So yeah, I'm also curious myself. Nice guys. We're entering short on S&P again. It seems like yeah, we open a short. Let's look, you know, on our server. So here we still try, you know, to enter a trade for JP225, and we are 10 contracts short on S&P also. So amazing. Um, so right now we have this position open. Let's see if we're also like trying to open additional trades. No, so the signal has expired. So let's just wait and like hopefully will, you know, close the positions in additional profit. So yeah, this is cool. Yeah, sometimes the signal are like quite short. So maybe I could like increase the volume, right? So we get like faster fills. Because with large account sizes, you probably want to quote larger order sizes. But then the danger is that you might get slipped more because larger order sizes means that on MT5, the price can move, the order size is larger, and then you can get a slippage. But I think like we could increase in theory if this becomes an issue. And so what about reducing bot latency to Hyperliquid exchange to increase edge, execute faster than other bots? Yeah, of course, like if you co-locate with Hyperliquid, so Hyperliquid servers are located in Tokyo, uh, like so that would reduce latency to Hyperliquid, and that would definitely increase the edge. Right now, my trading bot is like located in Germany, Frankfurt, so I don't think it's the optimal location, but the results are still pretty good. And when I looked at the pricing on Forex EPS for Tokyo, like it was like, I don't know, like 30% more expensive. So I was trying to be a bit of a cheapskate. And because I didn't compare the performances between Tokyo and Frankfurt, I can't tell it. But what I'm going to do is like right now I have like this 100K account, right? I have, oh, let's click on this again. I have this 100K account located in Frankfurt. So on my personal account, I will like buy a dedicated server uh, in Tokyo, and then like I could compare similar strategies if one of the strategy performs better, you know, on the different servers. So I'll let you know. I'll run some analysis on different locations, and like we'll see if the execution will be better if I host my strategy in Tokyo. And so what broker are using MT5? I'm using IC Trading, right? Uh, yeah, so feel free to check out IC Trading if you want to. Actually, I can just send you a link. Like here, like on my website, you will find like all the exchanges and like products I use. So here, yeah. So for example, this is my affiliate link. Like if you're interested, that is IC Trading. This is the broker I promote right now because the good thing about them, right? And I've mentioned like a lot of times, they accept a USDC deposits, right? So you can deposit with crypto. So that's one big advantage. But I realized that one day, or this morning actually, one of my member could not register at IC Trading as an EU client, right? So Europe or ESMA has some strict regulation regarding onboarding, clients offshore. So I'm looking at alternatives where even EU clients can get onboarded without any issues. So this is yeah, also something that I'm uh, working on. So I'll probably expand the number of partners such that everyone who joins and wants to try strategy has a reliable broker they can trade with. Okay, so here we wanted to analyze Bitcoin. So let's not forget we wanted to deploy Bitcoin strategy. And so with Bitcoin, yeah, let's run the backtest. Let me just restart uh, this thing. So okay, here we have USD. Like this is interesting. Like you click on this, and then the uh, text appears on the right or left side. This is like kind of weird. Uh, so I'm also going to deal with this fast. So when I click on the cell, the text moves to the right side, and it looks kind of weird. Can the text stay in place when editing? So here I'm gonna like add this additional thing, and we're gonna update this text. Okay, we have another comment. I'm new here. Which algorithm are you using, and how can I learn more about this? Never trade before, but I've been actively investing about 10 years and would love to get started on this. Well, what we're doing here, so again, guys, I explained like 5 times per day, but no worries. We're doing arbitrage trading between Hyperliquid and MT5. So Hyperliquid is decentralized crypto exchange where you can trade real world assets, and we're arbitraging that with MT5, which is a CFD provider. So we're just looking at pricing discrepancies between those two exchanges, and so we're building trading bots that can arbitrage these price differences. And yeah, so that's basically it. And like we're building dashboards and algorithms to buy and sell between Hyperliquid and MT5 to generate a profit. Uh, and so if you want to read more about it, like there is like again my article, and you can like check out the trading strategy here. Yeah, I should work on the articles, right? So uh, like I'm always like coding, trading, but I still like it's time to work on guides, tutorials, and like in-depth articles where I explain like these things in more detail. And like it will save time on stream, right? When someone new comes, and of course welcome. I'm very happy, to have new people on the stream, but it will also like save time to people who are watching, so we can also like focus on our yeah, main tasks. So yeah, this weekend I will work on some improvements also in terms of like guides and tutorials and articles, uh, and it will also be useful for like already regular viewers, right? Because they, to some extent, like some of them are also like new. They like to watch, but they, for example, maybe not fully understand the strategy in such a detail. So maybe like I don't know, like 3 A4 pages, like in-depth explanation of what we're doing, can be quite helpful actually. Okay, so this is fixed. Again, let's restart the dashboard and like let's try to add Bitcoin. So here we do like nice BTC USD. Beautiful. Oh, I think I need to press enter BTC USD. So, and here, I will ask Claude, uh, I want to trade BTC USDC perp on Hyperliquid. How do I enter the correct symbol name in strategy settings? And how do I differentiate the perp and the spot asset, right? Because like when we're trading Bitcoin, you have the choice to trade Bitcoin as a perpetual futures, so basically on leverage, or you can trade it as a spot asset, right? You buy it with your own cash. And so we need to differentiate between those two assets for our arbitrage trading strategy. And so, uh, so yeah, Tino's Cloud, you're welcome. No worries. Let me know if you have any questions. Happy, to provide extra information later. And so if you are winning on Hyperliquid due to this edge and losing on CFD broker, you can claim losses in your tax return only to increase your edge. Offset losses with long-term portfolio. Well, it depends on the regulation. So like every tax regulation is different in any country. And so in my country, right, so CFDs and perpetual futures trading like are considered as derivative trading, right? And so you can like add them into the same category. And especially because I have a company, like a trading company, I can deduct the losses from my gains on Hyperliquid. So that's like a very important tax optimization that you have to do. And like if it's like the core part of the strategy, like it should be accepted as like a tax write-off. But I would always say like please discuss with a tax advisor in your local country so you can get more information on that. For example, German tax laws are like very strict when it comes to trading. Uh, I had some German friends complaining that they can't write off their losses from their gains. I don't know if the rules changed or if it's the same, but yeah, it always depends on the country you're from. And if you're unsure or if your country doesn't have optimal tax laws or like also like a high capital gains tax, you can always open like a company offshore and trade, with that offshore company that you create. Like it's not difficult nowadays to create a trading company. You just register your company under your name, deposit funds, and just register on Hyperliquid NFT5 as a corporate registration. So there are like a lot of tax benefits when trading as a company. And like if you're just starting out with small amount of money, it's fine to trade as a on your own funds. No one will care. But if you like are considering like creating like a serious trading business, then definitely like consider like opening a company with good tax, uh, with good tax laws. Like personally, like I'm trading for a Czech company, the capital gains tax or like general tax here for companies is 23%, I think. So I pay 23% on my net profits, and like I was thinking of maybe like creating like an offshore company. Because it's just trading, right? I don't provide any services, no VAT, nothing like that. So I could, in theory, trade from Dubai or like Seychelles or Mauritius, right? Or all these type of countries. And like they say, like having offshore companies is like dodgy, but for trading, they are basically a tax heaven, right? You don't provide any services, you just trade, and then like if you withdraw that money to your own personal account, you would have to tax it anyways locally and tax it as like personal tax, yeah, personal gains tax eventually. So you will pay the tax sooner or later anyways in your country. And so it's try SpaceX, some volatility there and available Hyperliquid. Yeah, I'm a bit scared of SpaceX. Like I try to avoid like these hype IPOs, and like overhyped things because first of all, I have no experience trading IPOs or like these hype things. So I would rather like just have a strategy that performs like I like to stay in my comfort zone. That's what I'm saying. Uh, and also, like, I don't know where to hedge SpaceX, right? Because you have like on MT5, there is no SpaceX, and like the strategy I specialize in is like statistical arbitrage trading, right? Or just arbitrage trading. So first I need to find a counterparty on a different DEX or different exchange to hedge SpaceX, and a Hyperliquid, I would like arbitrage that. And yeah, I guess I'm just not ready for it yet. And so here's a question: do you get the Python scripts, and what is in the pack for 36 bucks? Okay, let me just again finish this Claude prompt. And so yeah, so you're asking about like my membership, right? So here, what is like included in this 34? So what you get is like all the material and courses and articles that are on my website. Like to be honest, they're like more beginner oriented, the courses. If you're just starting out, and if you're like interested strictly in the strategy, like the thing I'm coding here. So this project here, you can download this project as part of my members. So once you join the membership, you can just go to the download section, and like if you are interested in this specific Hyperliquid trading bot and the dashboard, this dashboard is also included like as part of this. You can just go to Hyperliquid Arbitrage and like download the file inside this folder. Also, I have like some other files that you can like try out and try out for yourself. But right now, like Hyperliquid is like my main project right now. So probably this is the thing that interests you the most. And of course, you'll gain access to my Discord community server. So here you will gain access to directly communicate with me or my colleagues who help you out and will help you out set up the trading bot, and you can also connect with other members on this channel. So we were trying like basically just to help out each other on our Discord server. So we'll be very happy if I see you there, and hopefully you guys join our community, and so we can basically just grow as a community. Like we started this project 3 weeks ago, and like it's insane how much far we've grown, or how much the project has grown, because again 3 weeks ago there was nothing, right? 3 weeks ago we barely started coding with Claude, and I'm like really happy. Look at this, guys, right? We have so many apps now, and it's only going to get better over time. So another question: have you explored correlated arbitrage ratios beyond like ratios moving beyond X, STD between highly correlated assets? Yeah. So this is, for example, something I've done like in my statistical arbitrage course. So also I have some content on YouTube where I did like stocks, statistical arbitrage trading. So we're talking about correlated stocks or like correlated assets, but not the same asset. So I've done that, and I'm like considering, to like also apply this type of trading soon here. So what we can do, for example, is we can like try to create like a co-integration matrix. If you've done statistical arbitrage, co-integration matrix between various crypto assets, look which crypto assets are co-integrated, and then we can try to arbitrage perpetuals where, for example, some of the assets are underpriced or overpriced based on, for example, the funding rates or the spread. And like based on these deviations, we can also trade correlated assets. But of course, there is some high risk to that because these symbols are correlated or co-integrated, but not exactly the same. So you also accept some degree of risk in this case, where certain like market events or news may like cause the strategy to have higher volatility, right? So there is a chance that on some trades you would make a loss, but definitely this is something that we can also explore in the future on like applied on crypto assets. Okay, so here we have the coin name BTC. So here we just write BTC, okay, nice, and then we compare that with BTC USD. So I just asked Claude how to set up the Hyperliquid symbols. So I just add BTC, and MT5, the name would be BTC USDC. Then of course I have to save the settings, and then live dashboard. I'm not sure if the strategy is available here. Maybe I need to, I need to restart the dashboard, unfortunately. Uh, which is not a problem. Or I can ask like when applying new symbol settings, Is it possible to load the new values and not restart the dashboard? Okay, so let's see if we can do this. Sorry, I'm choking water now. All right, we should be fine. Do you do arbitrage outside of crypto? Yes, so I've done arbitrages between futures on interactive brokers with MT5 CFDs. I did that a lot last year, but this year I'm focusing fully on like crypto exchanges, right? But I also not only do crypto, but also do RWAs, real world assets. So we're also trading like stock indices, currencies, and so on, but on a crypto exchange, right? So if you go to TradFi, which stands for traditional finance, you will find also like all the symbols that you can like trade on MT5, right? So it's not just crypto. All right. Okay. My recommendation: the proper hot reload. Please proceed with option 1. Well, how do you first get into arbitrage and quant strats? Through uni or self-taught? I'm self-taught. Like I was always like interested in arbitrage. Like the concept of arbitrage trading is nothing difficult, right? You just have two exchanges, right? And on one exchange the apple is cheaper, and the on the other exchange the apple is more expensive, and then you buy the cheaper apple, sell the more expensive one. The only thing is like a lot of people have like the assumption that the markets are super efficient and that there are no arbitrage opportunities, or that arbitrage trading is only possible as an institution, which is a false statement. Like that's what all arbitrage traders want you to think, right? Uh, in reality, arbitrage trading can be done on crypto dexes like quite easily. There is a lot of edge and potential if you like look at various dexes, and Hyperliquid is not just the only one, right? So if you just learn the skills of being able to compare prices between various exchanges, and then write, you know, some algorithm that can execute uh, with good precision, you know, to capture arbitrage, that's all you need. So from the high level concept and standpoint, the system is very simple, and it's like just all about the implementation and testing of the strategies, and like being curious and like just, you know, look at all these various symbols. So to start, like like you guys are like asking like how do I start, like what do I have to do to start arbitrage trading? And personally, I think the most difficult thing about arbitrage trading is actually the technical implementation, right? Which is basically writing the code, testing the code, and like if you're not a programmer or a trader, it's super difficult. But now with Claude, right? Now we can literally vibe code an arbitrage app within a few days or hours. It took me, let's say, 1 week to have like a first draft, 2 weeks to have like a reliable trading bot. Now we're in week 3 and we're getting like quite advanced. So either just download my training bots, you know, the code is available to my members, or you just try to, you know, code it yourself with Claude. and that's what I'm doing. Also, another thing you guys can do, like I don't mind if you guys just copy my code and then use Claude to make your own version, right? I'm more here about the educational aspect of trading, right? I don't really care about the edge on Hyperliquid. And if I find an edge or a strategy that's really good, then I just keep it for myself, right? But what I'm showing here is just a very like objectively very good strategy still, but I don't feel like that I am like compromising any of my edge at this moment. So feel free to use that. And yeah, so just I think just get started, right? So I start arbitrage, on MT5, trying to arbitrage, same symbols between different MT5 platforms. I did swap arbitrage, triangle arbitrage, future spot arbitrage, and you just have to learn to understand, the pricing mechanisms between every asset and also measure the pricing discrepancies, right? And so like if you just visit my live streams and then like day by day you will always learn something new, and eventually I think you'll just understand how arbitrage trading basically works, right? So like my mission basically is like to uh like unteach people, how they usually trade, like, day trading, ICT trading, drawing some, lines and patterns, right? Because this is what everyone is starting with, right? The entire internet is filled with these stupid lines and triangles, like buy here, sell here, draw this trend line, it's a breakout, you should buy. Like, I want to uh, add a different perspective to the trading community. And this new perspective is that we don't care about patterns, we don't care about price action, we don't care about bias, we don't care about direction, we don't care about, you know, Fibonacci's, right? We don't care anything what the internet has been teaching us for the past decades, right? Because all traders start out the same and they almost end up the same. Most traders lose. Like you have to understand most traders lose. And so why would you try to learn a strategy, right, where 90% of traders lose money? So basically, this is like a perfect example of like, okay, so maybe the teaching is wrong, right? Maybe the entire trading industry has been brainwashing, traders to just follow these patterns, and the traders will just hope that eventually, after trying for many years, eventually it will work out. And in reality, most of them will fail, most of them will quit, or most of them are like too like dumb to realize that what they're doing like has no actual value, right? And so I'm trying to put a new perspective. Like when you come to this live stream, forget everything you've learned about trading. Like if you're a day trade manual trader, forget everything and just try to think about like trading as, you know, you have something cheap, you have something expensive, you compare, the prices between different exchanges, and this is what we're doing. We're just buying cheap on one exchange and selling expensive on the other one. And so if you just follow like this new methodology, that trading can be easy, right? And it can be profitable. And it is actually possible. Oh, sorry, wrong account. It is actually possible to make money almost every day. Oh, here home, right? So this has been our testing account for the past 3 weeks, So here again, if you want to check the profits, if you're new, sorry. So here, if you're new to the channel and you're new here, so why would you like bother learning years of learning lines, and charts and pizza patterns when you can have like almost a profit almost every day? Where this part here was a technical fuck up on my side, right? This was a technical issue uh, due to me having a bug in the code. But do you see it, guys? Right? You can like draw these lines, do this, or you can just give everything up, start from zero, and just try to imitate like profit. Technical fuck up, like human errors happen, right? You will make money sometimes, you will get liquidated. Uh, I bet that one day on live stream I might get liquidated. One day I will be fully like super embarrassed, like, oh no, I was teaching you avoid liquidations, and then one day I get liquidated, and then like we can cry one day, and then we keep going, right? But do you see it? Trading is not difficult. Buy low on one exchange, sell expensive on another one. Don't stick with one single platform. Most brokers just want to rip you off with commission swaps and so on. Look for exchanges where the edge actually exists, and this has been possible thanks to the implementation of DEXs, right? Decentralized exchanges, because you have an order book, it's an exchange for your product. The broker is not your counterparty, right? The broker doesn't trade against you. You're just an exchange. Um, and so if like Hyperliquid, will become too efficient, just go to another DEX, like Aster, right? If Aster becomes like too efficient, just go to another DEX, like Lighter, right? There are so many markets, so many symbols, like so many providers, and I think like this is the future for us, where instead of like us trying to go to eToro, right, go to interactive brokers, go to MT5 and trade everything from the single platform, no. If the conditions are against us, we don't have to trade there. We just move somewhere where the conditions are in our favor, right? So we go to this exchange, see if we can find it here. We go to this exchange, and there are already hundreds of DEXs on this planet. So the option, like your options to make money are almost limitless, right? And it's all about just understanding the system. And I'm here, to provide the code, right? I'm going to code on Hyperliquid. I'm going to provide in the future, the robots on Lighter. I'm going to provide you with a code on Aster. I'm going to provide you with a system, that can connect to any DEX on this planet and can arbitrage the pricing on all DEXs, right? So this is my job. And your job is to just, understand the concept that uh, right now there are so many opportunities in the market, and I want to make this available for retail, right? I want the retail traders to understand that the strategies that only big hedge funds, institutions, or like only skilled traders can do, that ever since I downloaded Claude, it's all possible, and like within a month we can easily create an arbitrage strategy on any DEX. Well, that was a long rant, so hopefully, it wasn't too boring, but so let's continue with our task. So BTC has been added, and like this is like what we're going to do. Now let's look at the arbitrage opportunity on Bitcoin, right? This is our main task. And so let's run the backtest on Bitcoin. And so if we have one question, only that I understand. So your Python script is running in the background, comparing both tickers, and the whole time executing the orders when it's right. Correct. So my trading bot, like I have a virtual private server here. So this is like a remote server that you connect to. And here you have your own dashboard. And so when you turn on these strategies here, right, these are my trading bots. They're running on this server 24/7. I have some monitoring scripts and so on. Like these are two strategies running, and they just run. And like I'm still working, on some better GUI or like user interface. Right now, it's just like terminals running, but that's all you need, right? Just turn them on. You set up the strategy settings, right? All you have to do is just set up strategy settings, just fill out, how your trading bot should trade, and then you just turn it on. Like I can show you how to turn it on. For example, here I have my USD JPY trading bot running, right? So we're at JP225. So how to turn on a strategy basically is like, this is the code, right? Here, this is my project. In strategies, we have some sample strategies like JP225, NVIDIA, S&P 500. So here in JP225, we can copy the strategy, and like here we can like just like set the strategy settings. These are already like preset, right? So this is like a default strategy setting that should be profitable. There's no guarantee. Maybe you need to review the settings, but then you just turn your MT5 hedger, which listens to the exposure on Hyperliquid and hedges it on MT5. And here, this is a trading bot, and this script evaluates the trading signals and then sends the trades to Hyperliquid, right? So this is a very easy process how to turn on the trading strategies. All you need is just a server, copy the trading bot, set up strategy settings, and and configure the API connector. So just add the API keys. Great question here. We have, how do you handle events like FOMC or like other economic reports? So right now, like there are two approaches, right? So during volatile events, like the arbitrage opportunities can like increase because liquidity is low. And so what we can do is we can like try to find some profitable setups during the so-called turbulence, right? And the other approach is like, okay, the market might be too risky, we might get slipped, and so it might not be so good. So I was thinking like adding like a news filter where we avoid the trade. But I think personally so far, like I haven't tested, like I have no backtest on news, but personally I think whenever the market is volatile and it's making big news, that's when the trading bot is actually making the most profits. So yesterday when I had a great profitable day, so if you look at like let's say US 500, right? Yesterday, like um like do you see like this big candle spike, right? I don't know what happened exactly, right? But at 2015, probably there was some news, like the price spiked very, very high. And this is like where I got like very good entries and exits, so very good profits during this yeah, big candle. Like during this time, like if you look at Bitcoin, like it also like increased uh quite a lot yesterday, right? It's like this hourly candle. So I feel like trading the news in this case is like pretty good actually. Like I was a bit like defensive when we were news trading because I was like, oh, we might get slipped or like things like that. But overall, I think news trading has provided more money than loss overall. But I'll have to do some research and like maybe check the historical trades to actually confirm that. This is just from my empirical this is just an empirical evidence right now from what I've seen so far. Okay, guys, I've stretched this stream a little bit quite long, so I think like I will like end the stream at 7. So I will just try to finish the backtest on Bitcoin, and then I will upload the code so the members can then try out the new dashboard. I bet you're going to be excited. Like this is really cool, right? You have the alert system and so on. So excited, when you try it out, and let me know your thoughts on this new app. Okay, and let's also have a look at. Oh, wow, look, so we're minus 50, so we really loaded like minus 50 size. So if we exit, right? If we exit, we're gonna look at like a very juicy profit potentially. Let me check the margin, how much margin we're using here. Um, Okay, not much here. The leverage is quite high. On Hyperliquid, what's the margin? On SP 500, it's 36,000. Like in theory, I could go up to 60, right? I could go up to 60 and yeah, I'm considering to go to 60. That's 20% more, basically. And 20% times 36. So let's take out my calculator. Yeah, let's increase the position size on SP 500. I can afford to go even more. So, and like just leverage 1 to 10. Like I can also increase the leverage. So, 36 times 1.2 is 43. And like 36 times 1.4, let's say, is 50. So 50 times 1.3. Yeah, I can afford to go 65. Let's go 65. Let's maximize our capital. Like I could go leverage 1 to 20, right? I could go really high leverage, but of course, I want to be a good example, right? So you guys also like keep me a bit grounded that like I could double the profits in theory, but I still want to be more conservative, right? Like protecting your capital is always important, especially this is a 100K account, so we need to be a bit more careful to not get liquidated in this case. So yeah, I showed you, how to deploy the JP225 strategy. Here, what I'm going to do is like we go to strategies, right? We go to SP500. Here we have our strategy settings, and I said like we can increase the size to 65, right? So let's go increase the size to 65. Let me save that. And so here, it's actually quite easy, right? Here we just stop the script, like Control C, it will stop the script, and then you will restart the script. And then you're like, yes, I want to continue. And then here I can also stop the script, Control C, and then restart it. And then it will like load the new strategy settings. So now it will like try to go like 65 contracts on SP500. So here I just say yes, I want to continue. And yeah, so the current spread is like still quite high, but it's very low. So I missed my opportunity to enter now, but we'll find like other opportunities. Now it's 3.5. So maybe like, yeah, we'll find a chance uh, to again enter into a trade. So yeah, so let's just observe and we'll see. Okay, so we increased the size on SP500. That's been going pretty well. And yeah, we also need to, continue with this prompt. I actually forgot what I prompted, so let me see. Yeah, we're checking the Bitcoin symbols, I think. So we have some more questions. Have you tried arbing polymarket against Hyperliquid? Yeah, I've checked polymarket like in my free time, and I like, but the product is different, right? We're talking about like option-like products, right, in prediction markets or outcomes, where your profit just goes from 0 to 1. And so because these products are different, it's actually not that easy for me because I don't have any experience with option pricing, right? I think you would need to apply uh, like a dynamic delta hedge, which is like common term in options, and I don't have experience in that. So I would rather focus on things I'm good at, which is just take normal perpetuals or futures or some derivative and just arbitrage the classic way. Um, so yeah, so I was thinking about it, but I would rather focus on things I'm good at. So instead of going to Polymarket, I think I will gain more by going to a different DEX, for example. So we like run strategies on different decentralized exchanges. And so yeah, this is what I will mainly focus on. So yeah, yeah, we've deployed the new trading bot. So here my SP500 bot is running. And so when we'll get a signal, so when the ask price, so see that when ask hits the average ask, sorry, when this average ask hits 4, it's our like signal to sell. And like we're looking for extra sells here, right? And so when this trade closes 50, right? So if we make like, let's say $3 or like $2.5, right? So let's say like worst case, you make like $2.5, including commissions, times 50 because the contract size is 50. We're looking at $125 profit, which is really good. Like I would love that. That would be great. And yeah, so we'll see. Okay, so here everything is done here. So let me restart the dashboard. So I've added Bitcoin, right? I've added Bitcoin for further analysis. So here, if we go to historical spread, here I can write BTC and I can write BTC USD on MT5, right? So here we can compare the historical spread between Bitcoin and MT5, and like you can already see that the spread is quite tight, right? Because here the pricing difference is like 67, right? 69. Let me also try to maybe increase the interval to like 14 days on the 5-minute chart. So it's not precise, but it gives you a rough like idea where the pricing is. So sometimes the price is like at like 95 or like 117, right? And so the edge is not that great because Bitcoin actually is quite expensive to trade as a perpetual futures. So if you go to TradFi, I mean just on Hyperliquid, there are other DEXs that have Bitcoin for very cheap, right? So if we go to BTC, USDC, right? If you go to this Bitcoin and we compute the commission, right? So the commission is 0.015. So the current price of Bitcoin is 63,000 times 0.00015, right? So we pay $9 per side times 2, right? Because we have entry and exit. So here we would pay $18, right, on the Bitcoin trade. And also we would pay the spread on Bitcoin, which is another $12 on IC markets, right? Plus 12. So in total, the cost is like $30. And you know what? I'm gonna add a slippage factor, right? Assuming we're gonna have slippages. So let's say we're going to assume that our average fill is going to be $10 worse, right? This is just assuming the worst case scenario. So I'm just gonna add plus 10, right? And like we have to cover $40 to break even on our Bitcoin arbitrage. And so if we want to trade Bitcoin, right, we would need to sell at like 130, for example, and then exit at least $40 lower. So maybe selling at 130 and exiting like at like 50, right, would be pretty good. Like that would be very good. The only problem is that like when you hedge like that, MT5 swaps on Bitcoin are very, very expensive, right? Very expensive. So here the annual rate, you know, to hold Bitcoin long is 20%, right? Which is quite high actually, because on Hyperliquid the annual rate is like, let's say 10%. It's like twice as high compared to perpetual futures. So so we have to take funding rates also into account, but I think it could be profitable. It could be profitable. It's just not going to be that great, if you understand me, right? So if we find like 130 and then we hold it like until like 40, like that would be a great trade. But compared to S&P right now, I think Bitcoin is not that attractive. So maybe if you like find a different provider, maybe we could like trade IBIT ETF, right? We can try to arbitrage the IBIT ETF, which is the Bitcoin ETF, against this perpetual future. Like on Interactive Brokers, this is like one option. Or one guy mentioned we could also do something like a spot against future. So it would be like a cash and carry arbitrage. So cash and carry means you hold one asset in cash, you don't pay any funding fees, you short Bitcoin on the opposite side, and you would make like a easy like everyday profit by just holding a hedge position, which we could do on Hyperliquid. I think this is like a one-day project. Let me write it down, right? Bitcoin, cash, and carry arbitrage, or like a general cash and carry arbitrage. I think like we can code like a fun strategy for one day, and then like we could like do a cash and carry over the weekend, which is like a low risk strategy that at least, you know, make some good money. It's like some money is better than no money, right? That's what I'm trying to say. And because we don't trade over weekend, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so let me check the dashboard. Everything's fine here. So let me just summarize, you know, what has to be done. So I think like Bitcoin, yeah, I will probably skip Bitcoin today. I'll think about other strategies that we can trade over the weekend. I was also thinking we could trade strategies like you guys mentioned, like correlated statistical arbitrage, right? Where we, for example, trade like assets that are not the same but correlated, and like for example, PAXG, right? PAXG is tokenized gold. I'm talking about it for a long time. We can like try to apply a PAXG strategy, so PAXG USDC versus gold, right? So this would be a strategy where we are like arbitraging or like, you know, applying statistical arbitrage between two gold products on a single exchange. So you don't have to worry about margins and so on. Of course, PAXG has its own risks, and that's why I don't like recommend it to someone who is new to trading, because like trading on crypto exchanges is not risk-free. If you've heard about like liquidation spikes, it means like a lot of traders are selling like at very bad prices, like this spike here, right? You see two big spikes, and they happen because when the market uh, becomes too stressed, right? When there's like when market makers pull their quotes and like the best price at this moment is like 3,000 or this is 25%. All of the people get liquidated, and it's like very bad. So the liquidation risk in crypto is like very high, and people should like be very careful when, you know, considering trading something like perpetual and PAXG. Uh, this doesn't happen with TradFi because there are like protection mechanisms by the exchange where the pricing has limits, right? But in the case of PAXG, because the underlying like the PAXG as a spot asset can like spike this much. So what it means is that, yeah, be careful with liquidations. So this is a strategy where I would like not use leverage 1 to 10, maybe 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 5 max. So yeah, big risks. Uh, okay, so this is done. So I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to upload all the things here, right? So I'm going to push all the things. Uh, then I'm going to update all my bots on my own training servers. Oh, so look guys, so now we're short 62, right? We're short 62, and yeah, so now we're like want to short till 65, which is fine, and then we'll try to look for an exit throughout the day. So our positions loaded, and yeah, probably I will not be able to show you the profits, but maybe next week, right, when the position closes, I can then share the P&L results with you guys later. So yeah, you can um, always like look at my public dashboard, right? So again, to view the dashboard, go to trading strategies, click on Hyperliquid Arbitrage on my website, and just click on this link where you'll have yeah, the live profits available, so you can like view them yourself. Uh, and maybe it looks like this app crashed. No, we have to go to main account. Yeah, it works here. So here you see my current positions. So I'm not sure if I'm going to share this like app publicly with everyone, right? So for now it's fine, but maybe in the future I will just have this app like delayed, like maybe every 1 hour or every 15 minutes, and the live dashboard would then be available, to basically members only, to preserve edge and to avoid people just shadowing or mirroring me. Yeah, but for now it's fine. I'll just leave it here for you guys to see. And like here, this is my testing account. So $12 on the testing account today, and yeah, 37. And hopefully, like if we exit our position, we might be looking at plus $200. So excited to see the results. Okay, so here we have another question on average. How long do you hold ARB trades for price difference to equalize? Like it depends on the market, right? Sometimes it can go like a lot, like the spread can go a lot against us, which is fine because we would make money on the funding rates anyways. And like we're talking like about minutes to hours, right? Usually, uh, I would say like between 15 minutes to multiple hours. Most of the trades they close like within 24 hours, but sometimes it happens that I hold the trade during over the weekend, right, or like through the next trading session, and it closes the next day. So yeah, it's quite like most of the trades are intraday. Question: can I get your bot and make paper trade test? Like unfortunately, I haven't tested like this Hyperliquid with the testnet. So, but it works with MT5 demo, right? It works with MT5 demo. I just don't know how, or probably I know, but I haven't tested this strategy on the testnet server. So probably right now it's not possible. But the minimum requirement to start is like $200, and you can always start with the lowest position size. So if you put $100 to Hyperliquid and $100 to MT5, uh, it should be possible to start on a small contract size. All right, guys. So let me just summarize, like again, like what has been done and what we're going to do next Monday, and then we can open a short Q&A session. And then, like, yeah, if you have any questions, then I will discuss it. And like otherwise, I will just live stream next week on Monday, and we'll just continue working on the tasks here. So today we were mainly working on the dashboard, right? So today I was setting up my PyCharm in Claude because this is my new PC. Uh, and so we added like a lot of like these dashboard apps. So today, if you look at the dashboard, we added the settings where we can configure the symbols, the time zone, the offsets. We create an alert system that sends alerts to our Discord channel, so we can monitor, our account when we're not at the PC. So the alerts come every 15 minutes. We've done system monitoring where we are tracking if the trading bot is running or not, right? So here we have our system monitoring, and here we can like look at the states of our trading bot if you want to like investigate, debug, or just check if everything's okay. And that's basically it. So this is like the thing we've done today. And like next week, we're going to focus more on trading now, right? So we're going to like focus on like setting up new strategies. We were going to work on research and backtesting. So we're going to run a Bollinger backtesting, a backtested Bollinger strategy. So we still need to implement a Bollinger indicator into our trading bot because, like personally, in my opinion, or based on the backtest results, the Bollinger has a much better performance. then static levels. Right now we're trading static levels, static buy and sells, and we're going to work on a screener, right? And so like here we also like have some other suggestions. So one of my viewer, reported a bug. I'm going to have a look at it. Like the trading bot sometimes, crashes or like has uneven exposure. So we still have to deal with these things, but we're going to work on these issues, day by day until, we'll have, a stable strategy. So this is like everything we've done, and so we'll continue next Monday. I will probably stream like 1 or 2 p.m. afternoon, as usual. And I'll schedule, I'll schedule a live stream after this one, and I'll let my Discord members know. And yeah, time to answer some questions before I leave. So just right access and dashboard seems not to update on my end. Maybe it's me. Right. So thank you for the report. It's interesting because if I click on the dashboard here, right. So if I click here, it's empty. All right. This is a bug on my end because here I didn't provide any link. So my bad. So I will fix that. Thank you for reporting. But for the time being, click on home and then click on the main account, right? And then it should work. And then again, if you want to change the account, again, click on home and then click on the test account. And then again, it should work. So yeah, sorry for the bug. I will add that to the new things here. So let me like delete this and let's start with new IT task, right? So public dashboard bug URL initial dashboard URL is invalid. So I'm going to work on it, yeah, later. So thanks for reporting, and I'll get into it. So another one, are backtests realistic since you're replacing limit orders in Hyperliquid? No, the backtests are more like are definitely not realistic because we haven't like discussed like the probability of getting a fill, because again we're providing maker orders, so there is not a guarantee that we're going to get filled. But at least what the backtest provides is that if we get filled, then we know that the profit's gonna look like that, right? So we have to test the market liquidity and see what the chance is of getting filled. And like if your account size is small, then the backtest is of course more accurate. And of course, right now the backtest is using only 1-minute snapshots, so 1-minute candles. We'll need higher quality data. So what we'll also do is like we'll try to somehow try to get like 1-second snapshots of the best bid offer, so we can run a backtest on 1-second charts basically. So we need to work on the data quality and also estimate the probability of getting filled. So so yeah, not that realistic. They're realistic assuming you get filled, and unrealistic like if you have a large account. Plus, there's this data precision issue because they're just 1-minute snapshots. And so how do you get the historic data to back this? Does Hyperliquid MT5 provide the data? Yes. So in both cases, I have a Python script that connects to individual exchange. And like here, the Python script is able to export 1-minute data from MT5. And my Hyperliquid script is also able to export 1-minute data from Hyperliquid. So all these exchanges provide the data, and we have the 1-minute snapshots. All right. So guys, do you have any questions? So I'll give it like maybe like, I don't know, 5 more minutes, and I can enjoy the weekend. So it's been a great stream today, guys. We've done a lot, and like I'm happy finally we're trading the 100K account, so I can like sort of flex, flex showing profits. But that's a fun part of it, right? So we all love to make profits, I guess. All right, guys. So I guess like if you have any questions, just send me an email later, right? Or you just ask on Discord. No problem. I will have a reply to you. Oh, still a few questions. How long have you been arbitrating? 3 years now. I've been doing arbitrage, like I've been doing prop arbitrage at the start, which is like 5 years ago. Then I've been doing like pure arbitrage, which is like, yeah, for the past 3 years. It was initially like on MT5. I was doing swap arbitrage on MT5. Then I moved to funding rate arbitrage between futures and spot on interactive brokers and MT5. And then like this year, like the Hyperliquid thing is like kind of new. I started Hyperliquid at the start of this year in January. So I've been doing Hyperliquid for 6 months now. And so yeah, and like, hi, why do you provide this value for free, like $40? Well, I'm just starting. It's like early, it's still early testing. I did it 3 weeks ago, right? The training bots were not like in a state where uh, I was comfortable, giving out for a high price because then you have to assure quality. Because of course, right, I'm coding myself. It's almost vibe coded. The train bot has issues, it crashes, and like I don't want like the responsibility of that. So I just add disclaimers and so on. And I like the main part is I'm still trying to grow my channel and so on. So like maybe if we hit like 50 or 100 members, I can always increase the price, right? So if I feel like the edge is decreasing because too many people do that, I can like also decide to increase the price. And like we're going to have so many more projects in the future, right? This is just Hyperliquid, it's my first project. I'm going to do like a lot of things in the future, like other dexes, other strategies. We're doing the Bollinger Band now. We're going to still increase, like improve the dashboard. And so for now, like guys, if it's $40, just try it out. And when I feel like it's too undervalued, I can always like think twice, right? And like for now, yeah, we can argue about the pricing, right? But time will tell. Time will tell. Once the community grows, we can always like change that. So for now, I'm like still grateful like to anyone who like subscribes to membership. So it's nice to see people appreciate what I do, and this is like the most important thing right now for me. Like is that I start growing my community. People appreciate it. Like yesterday, uh, a guy in Discord was like thanking me, hey, I made profit today, the bot is like very good, and like the member was super thankful, and like it felt great, like that it's not just me making money, but also like other people make money, right? So here, uh, this guy Lawrence, like he was very happy that he made profits on JP225, so like for me, it's right now it's fun, right? It's fun to teach people trading. And so once it gets like too overwhelming or too much, like I can close the group, I can increase the price. There are many options like to, deal with the your question, right? So yeah. Did you learn programming? Yes. So I learned programming in my previous corporate job. So I was trading at a prop firm, and there I learned Python, data analytics, risk analytics, like in terms of trades, right? And I was building like these dashboards, like analytical dashboards, and like recently, like ever since I started using Claude, my life has also been like much easier. But definitely, it helps to have some program background to build these things. So, hey, made my first bot today, feeling hyped. Congratulations. So, good luck with your trading bot. Like, I'm always like happy to hear that, you're doing something proactive and like trying to, create some projects yourself. So, good luck and keep going. And so, yeah, question, after joining the membership, can we get the bots? Yes. So as part of the membership, so once you subscribe, you will gain access to courses, articles, and so on. And if you want to try the bot, right, you will have like access to this Hyperliquid Arbitrage folder where you can download exactly this project. Of course, I will upload the new version like today in the evening, so you guys will have the new up-to-date version. But I like regularly upload this project into this folder. And so if you need help set up this trading bot, again, go to trading strategies, click on learn strategy, and here you will have a step-by-step guide how to set up the trading bot on your virtual private server, right? So on your server here. So like again, if you want to read more about it, you can follow this article. And yeah, so thank you guys. I'm gonna enjoy my Friday now, and I'll see you next Monday. Take care, guys. Enjoy your weekend. Okay, one more question. One more question. Have you considered high frequency arbitrage, low latency arbitrage? Uh, no, I don't do high frequency, like in terms of like sub-second or second. I don't think that I'm good enough to create like systems uh, where I can like really nail the execution part because it's written Python, so it's not optimized for speed. But the strategy we're trading is not like really latency sensitive. It's like a medium frequency arbitrage strategy where it lasts minutes to hours, and so for that reason, yeah, so it is not considered a high frequency arbitrage. But maybe in the future, eventually, if I want to like really optimize the edge or really want to create like high speed systems, it sounds like a fun project to me. So I could like migrate to Rust one day and try to create like a high latency arbitrage bot in Rust. Sounds like something I could do in the future. And so another question, how does the prop firm strats differ to strats you are doing today? Well, prop firms, they have rules, right? Like max the loss, consistency rules, and so on. So the game theory optimal in prop firms is actually not to trade profitably. Like it's good to have an edge, but the optimal strategy to make money from props is to cycle challenges as fast as you can to get as many funded accounts as you can, and either blow up the accounts or get the funded profits as fast as you can. So my strategy is like purely focused on like maximizing returns. And with props, it's more focused not about like the edge of a strategy. It's more like focused about cycling the accounts as fast and efficiently, right? Because if in 1 month you buy 10 challenges, you pass 5, you get 3 funded accounts, and then you blow all those funded accounts, like get one payout, lose one, payout, lose one. It's all about speed and cycling the accounts as fast. I'm saying it's not the correct way to trade, but in terms of prop trading, it's the most efficient way to make money on props, right? So you can trade slowly, you know, and then get a payout after 2 to 3 months of being a consistent trader. But that's not the fastest way to make money. And in case of props, the fastest way to make money is like to cycle really fast. Okay. So thank you. It was a great session today. I'll see you next week. Yeah. So I'm sorry. You know what, guys? Let's do like that. 1900, I'm just gonna cut the stream, and if there are any more questions, just send me an email, right? Will you ever try different strategies like any market making or momentum ignition? Yeah, I'm like market making is something that's very similar to arbitrage. So if we, for example, find an asset that has a very high spread, we can like try to provide two-sided quotes. And by adding the two-sided quotes, we can like effectively make our own market making strategy. It's all about just buying cheap and expensive, and market making arbitrage have like very similar concepts. It's basically the same thing. It's just, you know, the different perspective how you look at arbitrage and market making. So arbitrage tries to capitalize on short-term like price discrepancies, and market making is more about quoting a spread, constant spread, bid and ask spread all the time, and you just try to make like money on the spread by adding liquidity. But in both cases, you're just trying to buy and sell for a better price, right? That's what market making and arbitrage is about. Always buying for a better price. Showed P&L today. So yeah, in the bar below, you see the P&L today. So today we didn't have that many trades, but I will gladly show you the P&L here. So on our main account, we are plus 37 in realized P&L, and like we have 65 or like 62 open, so we'll still see how much we'll make. Like I started trading yesterday, so yesterday we made $94 on this large account, and today we made like $12 uh, on the small testing account, and like here this is the P&L for the past 3 weeks, right? So here you can see the P&L like plus 520 over the past 3 weeks. So this is, you know, this is the P&L of our like when we started trading strategy on a 10K account basically. So pretty good. Okay, last minute before I go, how do quant firms differ to your strats since they operate with bigger capital? Well, I don't know. I never worked in a quant firm, so I can't tell. All I know is like these are assumptions. So quant firms, right? They have like different like tools they can utilize. They have like, you know, super infrastructure, PhD mathematicians, right? 5 people or like 10 people doing the same thing essentially, and now it's just me alone here trying to trade in front of everyone, right? So it's a slight different setup, and like me personally, I can't compete with high frequency strategies, right? I don't have the right gear, right? The right hardware, so I can't compete in terms of like, let's say market making on Bitcoin, for example, right? If I wanted to market make on Bitcoin and Binance, for example, I will definitely lose money doing that. But what I can compete in is like looking at DEXs, where the volume's not that high. Because, for example, for market making firms, if they make $100 per day or $500 per day, it's not enough, right? Because they have all these expensive tools and quants and traders and managers, right? They have to pay. So for them, it's actually more important to focus on strategies that have high liquidity and they can like actually squeeze out like the maximum. And us retail traders, we can focus on strategies where, for example, the big players, they don't like care about making, let's say, $100 per day or $1,000 per day, right? So we should focus on markets that are a little bit more like retail oriented, where the return is like capped for a big quant firm, but for us it's still attractive. If I made 1K per day, like I'd be super happy. Like there are days I made 1K per day, but most people, right, or starting beginners, imagine like you have a trader, who just gets started into arbitrage trading, and then he puts in like 5K dollars, and then like somehow every day he makes like 20, 30, or $50 per day. Like for that trader, right, to make $50 per day, it's a big breakthrough, right? Because most people first lose money, suddenly they make $50 per day, which is a lot of money, right, in some regions or countries. And so if you like reach $100 per day, that's a really high salary, right? $100 per day is like 3K per month. And so what's attractive for these big firms, uh, what's not attractive for these big firms is super attractive for individuals like us, and that's where we should focus on. We should focus on the markets where we excel and where there is not much competition. And it's all about like market or exchange selection to make sure that we trade under the right conditions. How hard was it to write the training script? Well, I must say I fried my brain the first week. It was a bit stressful, right? But it's still 10 times easier with Claude than writing myself. Plus, I already had like the knowledge and know-how to write it because I wrote my own scripts manually. Like if you're new to trading, I would say it's almost impossible, right? So sorry to you know break someone's hopes. Like you actually require like some extensive know-how and experience in coding to actually code this. But once you understand the concepts, right? So for example, for you guys, right, what you can do is like you can just download the code and like build on top of the things I've built, right? You can use Claude to build on top of my project that I've already releasing. And then so that type of like development is so much easier, right? Because you already have a functioning foundation. And with the new systems and strategies you want to develop, you just prompt Claude to like edit, modify, or add some features to the files. And in that regard, it's super easy to actually write code now. So from the first week to now, like first week was stressful because I had to create all the connectors, the strategy logic, the execution, the training bots, and make everything work together. And now I have the time, to be more flexible and like make these dashboards, right? Making dashboards fun, it's not that difficult. And if there's something wrong, I can easily fix that. With trading systems, it's a bit more complex and like complicated. Okay, guys, so that's enough for today's question. Again, if you have any questions, just send me an email to ATJ Research. What is it? Sorry, research at atjtraders.com, right? That's my email address. And if you want to learn more about strategy, just go on my website. And again, I'll be back on Monday, so I'll be happy to see you there, right? So Monday, 1 or 2 p.m. CST, I'll send an update. So happy weekend, guys, and see you soon.